I will call the meeting to order. Good morning, and welcome to the February 5th, 2025 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are in the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcome here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of committee wishes to speak, use the raise hand function to be placed into a speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all video votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. The deadline to register as a delegation for reports recommended for consideration by City Council at its meeting scheduled for February 12th is 12 p.m. on Monday, February 10th. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the addition of the registered list of delegations? Mayor Bashinsky. I will call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Can I have someone move a motion to adopt the minutes of the public meeting held on January 22nd, 2025? Councillor Bizo. Any errors or omissions? I will call the question. Any opposed? Carried. We will now consider item EX 25-7, Community and Social Impact Regina. Can I have Mayor Bashinsky please introduce the report? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Zakiniak. So this report is brought forward to recommend the dissolution and request the dissolution of CSIR. This is an organization that is doing good work. However, at this time, through discussions with some of my colleagues and with administration, we feel it's a good time for us to bring this work into the city and be handled and overseen and executed by the good team in our community safety and well-being team with the community safety and well-being plan moving forward. The goal of this is really to improve efficiencies, remove layers of bureaucracy and layers of oversight in the interest of efficiencies in the way that we operate. So that is the goal of the dissolution, and to bring this work back into the city, to have a consolidated, cohesive approach to tackling this important work. I will say too, I will be monitoring this closely, because with some of my colleagues as well, I want to make sure that we do have the voice of community as well. So I'm confident with Audra and Dave that we'll be engaging with the community to make sure that the voice of the community is heard as we work through the implementation and execution of our community safety and well-being plan. And I just want to mention finally that we are going to approve these recommendations, or look to approve these recommendations in the special meeting this afternoon. That is the plan this afternoon.
Thank you, Mayor Bashinsky. Can I have someone move the report with the following amendments? That the words "and any subsequent member resolutions required to dissolve the corporation" be added to recommendation number 2. And another addition, that the words "at its meeting on February 12, 2025 in recommendation number 7 be replaced with "at a special meeting of City Council to be held as soon as possible." Councillor Burton, any questions from members on the report? If so, obviously indicate so with your lights. And I see Councillor Fro. Please go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair to the city clerk, is it appropriate for questions and or potential amendments now or this afternoon?
You could do it in either case. You can have a fulsome discussion here with any amendments, but you can also hold them till this afternoon. That is completely up to you.
Preference to the chair?
I think
Okay.
it's up to you.
Yeah, so through the chair, appreciate the mayor's sentiment, and I share that, and I know he takes it seriously by way of community engagement. And, roughly 60 odd organizations and 1,700 people were involved in the creation of our community safety and well-being strategy, which in part included the creation of this entity. I think what we all agree on this council, I'm certain, is the outcomes we're trying to achieve, which is how we care for our vulnerable and address some of these issues in the city. Given that we've been allocating roughly $1.6 million to this organization, and assuming that it will be wound down, I would like to propose an amendment that those dollars continue to be directed towards outcomes contained in the community safety and well-being plan. So that would be, I hope, a friendly amendment, which would see, as I said, the continued direction of $1.6 million, which has been allocated to this organization towards outcomes contained in our existing strategy, which is the community safety and well-being strategy, and appreciate the mayor's work on this. I'll certainly be supporting it this afternoon.
Councillor Fro, do you have an amendment prepared, or is this an amendment that you're crafting right now?
I've got it.
Okay, one second, please. The clerk just noted that he has an amendment ready. Belle, turn your mic back on. Go ahead, please. No, don't, I'm turning it on, so you don't need to touch it. Okay, go ahead.
I can craft that amendment right now, or I can craft it with the assistance of the clerk, but effectively verbatim, it's just that.
Okay, just one sec. The clerk would like to speak on your amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think I've captured the amendment. I have spoken with, I guess I should speak with Councillor Burton. You moved it, but it was the mayor's report. If you're in agreement with the dedication, we can just accept it.
How about this? Once we have I personally would like to see the wording of the amendment. That way you can make a decision when you see, Councillor Burton, what the amendment actually says, unless you already know your position.
I have some thoughts that I would like to.
Yeah, no problem. Let me turn your mic on. Sorry, it's not on yet. One sec. I'm not that fast. Working on it. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair. Councillor Fro, I appreciate the sentiment with the dollars. I guess we are also looking for some savings with this as well, that there was dollars that were geared towards the outcome and there's dollars that were geared towards the, I'm just going to wait here for a second. With the amendment, there's the 1.6 million that was originally allocated to them. And I understand the sentiment, but I also understand there's savings. And some of the money would have gone towards programs and outcomes, but some would have gone into overhead. And I guess my question would be is maybe you might alter your motion to then say that it's not the full amount that would have gone to it, but maybe the outcome amount, and then the savings could be returned back as we are looking at numbers with that. So that's my question to, is it Councillor Fro? Am I allowed to send a question to Councillor Fro?
Yeah, it can be, but just one sec. I do want to clarify first. What is actually currently proposed without an amendment is, so there's the $1.6 million that would be, and the clerk can correct me if I have any of this incorrect, allocated within the budget for CSIR this year, that essentially be bookmarked, saved for now, and so that any funds required for dissolution costs can be covered with whatever existing money that they have in their budget, plus any money needed from this $1.6 million that would be budgeted to them. And what is currently proposed is that administration is going to report back to us, council, in Q3 of this year with an update on the process and recommendations on how the city can advance the community safety and well-being plan going forward. So I think what you're proposing, Councillor Burton, is aligned with the original recommendations, which is essentially we just allocate, we go with status quo for now, save this money if it's needed, and then we get a report back from city administration later this year about, you know, and part of that I think would be, and we can clarify this, you know, what money's remaining and what they recommend moving forward. So I think and I'll turn your mic back on, but I think what you're proposing is what's already recommended.
Thank you. So through the chair, yes, as currently done there, but my concern is that Councillor Fro's amendment would adjust that and say all that 1.6 million should go towards outcome and some of the savings should not be realized. That's my
Yeah,
concern.
I think that's accurate, and I'll turn Councillor Fro's mic on because I think your intention is saying we want this 1.6 million indefinitely utilized for community safety and well-being moving forward. Is that accurate, Councillor Fro?
Yeah. Understanding that there are costs associated with dissolving the municipal corporation, and those need to be understood and incurred first. Moving forward, the intention would be that the overall allocation of $1.6 million would be maintained to address outcomes, goals, contain the community safety well-being strategy. And I share Councillor Burton's sentiment. I do believe, in fact, that provides a judicious use of public dollars in that the demands placed on us to address issues such as food insecurity, intimate partner violence, or those in our community, those are increasing. That money will actually, in my view, hopefully, have less pressure on our resources. Effectively, those are net new dollars to the core budget of the city is how I see it. So if I understand correctly through the chair, there is some time and some costs involved in dissolving the corporation. What I'm looking to have as an amendment is some certainty that after administration comes back, that the annual allotment towards CSIR is directed towards outcomes contained in our existing community plan, the community safety and well-being plan. So I hope it does both.
Just 1 second, please. Okay, so for the sake of clarity, Councillor Fro, is what you're proposing is that once the dissolution costs have been taken care of, that the remainder of the $1.6 million now and moving forward be allocated towards community safety and like the community safety and well-being strategy. Is that what you're requesting?
Correct.
Okay, so I think we'll have to adjust that wording a little bit, but in the meantime, I guess I can ask, they're working on the wording. Is there anyone from administration who wishes to speak? Ms. Pham? Okay. I'm just going to turn your mic on, and we'll fix the wording just to clarify to reflect what was just stated. Ms. Pham, please go ahead.
Through the chair, I would seek clerk's clarity on this, but I think to Councillor Fro's point, I think administration hears you on wanting to commit $1.6 million moving forward towards community safety and well-being strategy. However, I would focus it on that we be directed to put it within the 26-27 budget that's going to come forward, because financial decisions are made through the budget, not outside of it.
Okay, understood. And so I'm just going to pass that message on because I'm not sure if they heard it, so just 1 sec. So we're just working on adjusting the wording of what's proposed. Councillor Burton, it is still you, so if you're ready, you can go ahead while they work on fixing that wording. Sorry, 1 sec, please. Go ahead.
So the residents of Ward 4 are greatly concerned about their taxes. And many of them are seeing significant tax increases, and they want to see some savings. I guess just to be in front and save time, I would not accept this as a friendly amendment as the mover is the key thing for that. I need to see some savings somewhere. And so that's why I will not do that. And the residents of Ward 4 would not want to see that, that we need to see some savings somewhere. And I'm getting lit up over this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Burton. So it won't be then a friendly amendment, which just means we need to vote on it separately. And so I do see some folks indicating they wish to speak to the amendment, but that's what we'll be speaking on right now. And as you know, I think the clerks are still working on the wording. But Councillor Rasevich, do you want to go now, or do you want to wait to see what the wording says? Okay, I'll turn your mic on.
Just through the chair, I'll concur with Councillor Burton. I mean, first of all, how do we decide on 1.6 million? Anyways, you know, I guess we need to maybe look as a council, what's our social services budget? And then also just recently, the provincial government gave over $4 million to violence against women. So are we overlapping with what we're doing as a city as well? And so I think those are things we need to start looking at really closely because, again, we need to watch our dollars here as a city very closely. So we don't need to be overlapping, and I mean, that's why we're bringing this in, obviously, is to, hey, look for efficiencies and look to streamline things, and I think a lot of things need to be streamlined. So anyways, just want to concur with you, Councillor Burton.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Bizo, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. Through the chair, I fully concur with what Councillor Rasevich and Councillor Burton have been stating. I've been phoning and emailing a lot of my constituents over the past week, specifically talking about tax dollars, savings. As this amendment is put forth, it's committing $1.6 million without looking at the overall bigger picture of the budget. As Councillor Rasevich stated, there is most likely going to be overlapping of the services, and there is no outcome listed for $1.6 million. It just states a number of $1.6 million without broken down to individual lines of what the intent of the money is and what the outcome for the money is, and we haven't had any inputs from our CFO or looking at the entire budget as a whole to determine if this aligns with what we need to do going forward. So I would say that $1.6 million is a line item right there. It's making a significant financial commitment without having the background information after that dissolving of this board. I would suggest we dissolve the board first, keep the line item in, as you said, Councillor Skiniak, in the budget, and then look at the overall bigger picture, because this, to me, duplicates 1.6 and 1.6 to come up to a 3.2.
Thank you. Councillor Fro, I realize that you didn't actually get the opportunity to speak to your amendment because we were trying to sort out whether it was friendly or should be separated. So we'll now let you have your opportunity to introduce your amendment. So I understand this meets what you're looking for, but I'll let you speak to it.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
So as a reminder, there's currently $1.6 million allocated to CSIR. That money is allocated already. This is not new money. When we dissolve this entity this afternoon, in all likelihood, this amendment seeks to make sure that those dollars are continued to be used to support the vulnerable in our community. So this is not net new money that we're talking about. So the idea here with this amendment is that we in fact don't go backwards. Not that we spend more, is that we don't go backwards. And so understanding and agreeing with my colleagues that this is a challenging fiscal situation, and I too are hearing from my residents, but I think we'd be wise not to try to address our budget challenges on the backs of the most vulnerable in our community. So dissolving CSIR should allow us actually to have greater financial efficiencies and in fact help more citizens just with that existing bucket of money. And let's also be clear, and I know everyone here will agree, that those facing intimate partner violence or food insecurity or mental health are also our residents and community members, just as it is for those that might be sending us emails about their property taxes or assessments. So in closing, we're not talking about new money. It is my belief, in fact, that this amendment will create greater financial efficiencies and help more people, and most critically, will ensure that we don't try to save money on the back of the most vulnerable in our community. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Okay, wishing to speak next, I see Mayor Bashinsky. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think just to touch on Councillor Fro's point, I mean, this was what was allocated. That's why this 1.6 million was in there already, was because this was allocated to the organization. In a middle ground, what I would maybe think about is we have in there around the dissolution costs. I think maybe something in there that just said, and any duplicate staffing efforts or otherwise. But other than that, anything after that would be held in the community safety and well-being plan, because it is already allocated. And again, the idea behind this was to bring that into the city and continue on that good work through the efforts of the city group that looks after that, and not through a separate organization. So that was the original intent. But I think there is, and I think everybody's pointed out, there will be savings inherently. We're reducing layers, and we know that. So I would maybe suggest, if we have had something, to highlight that, to say that we would be, it would be less, not just the dissolution costs, but any duplicate staffing or otherwise that would now be administered by the city. That would be the only kind of change I would look to look for that.
So I'm taking that as a request to Councillor Fro to see if he would be open to changing the wording. And I guess I'll turn your mic on, but I see you nodding your head. 1 second. Okay, please go ahead.
I think the mayor's points are well made, and I agree with him.
Okay, so now we need to see if the clerks are clear on the updated language, so. So we have proposed wording. I'm going to turn the mayor's mic on to sort this out. It's going to say administrative duplication.
Yeah.
Your mic is on. Does that?
Yes.
That matches your intent?
Yeah.
Councillor Fro? Are you?
Yes.
Okay. You folks are, I feel like I didn't have enough coffee for this yet. Okay, so this is the proposed amendment. Apparently the wording is agreeable to the mover, thank you. And I still see lots of folks wishing to speak. Did you have more that you wanted to say, Mayor? Okay. Next I have Councillor Flores.
Thank you. Through the chair, I kind of want to echo what Councillor Fro mentioned in terms of just thinking about how this money is used. I agree. I also have been hearing from residents about the cost increases. It is a real concern for everybody. But I would like us to think about this and reframe this ask in the grand scheme of our overall budget is so tiny. However, an ask like this has much larger, it has a really big impact in cost savings when it comes to service usage. So we can support a lot of vulnerable residents. And again, if you look, a lot of us are looking at these budgets. All numbers for many other budget items are really, really large. In comparison to the overall budget, 1.6 million is such a small percent. However, it supports a really large need. So I think I fully agree that we are all going to work together to make sure that we are able to reduce our ask for mill rate and taxes. I am on board with that. But I do agree with Councillor Fro that we cannot do that by
taking from this such small ask that has an impact, a really large impact on groups that are, like, that really need that, but also that with that support, that would reduce the pressures in other services that we provide. So I agree, let's look at ways to reduce that, but let's look at our overall budget and not try to take it from such a small ask.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. I also realize that now that we have the finalized wording, that it may be worthwhile to check in with administration, don't know if they can hear me, to see if they have any concerns. And, okay, so I just wanted to check in. Oh, there we go. Mr. Anderson would like to speak on this. So I just want to clarify where, if administration is clear with this amendment, any concerns with it. So I will pass it to Mr. Anderson. Your mic's already on. Beautiful. Please
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
through the chair. Maybe just a clarifying, this is just related to the fiscal year of 2025, this amendment, and not going forward.
That's what it says, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, okay, does anyone else from administration have any questions in relation to this or comments on this revised wording? Okay, great. All right, back to the speaking queue. Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
As a woman who was at the announcement earlier this week, the funding that was announced was 3.8 million, and it went to a total of 16 agencies. And that was really impactful. As a woman I personally have, and I know many others who have endured situations which have been really difficult to come out of. And I know personally that feeling of being trapped. And I think when you have a society where you have a situation which is on you just because of your gender, your race, your abilities, you do have to do what you can to lift it up. And we have these really big budget asks in front of us. And this is the first place we are going, and I don't think that is correct. We are going to be looking at all of these things in the next month, but I think it is wrong that this whole conversation about where we're going to cut was was without a woman voice at the beginning of this. And we can't hold back this issue. Like, this 1.6, which is being reserved here, is not going to solve our mill rate issue. It's not. That we have to discuss later. And I think we really need to recognize that we say these overlapping services, but this is $1.6 million, that's 3.8, that is not even beginning to cover the issues. And you have to understand that when you're in a situation, leaving is so hard, and leaving without support is even harder, but breaking the cycle so it doesn't happen again is almost an impossible task. And this is what we're trying to do, and this is just such a minimal drop in the bucket that I don't think this is where we start looking at our budget discussion, and I support Pro's motion 100%.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. I see others who've already spoken wishing to speak again, which is fine, but I haven't spoken yet, so I'm going to take this opportunity. So I actually see this amendment as not substantially different from what administration was already recommending, which was we reserve the 1.6 million for the dissolution related costs. And the dissolution, if this passes, will take some time. In the Appendix A, it notes on point 4 that the CSIR board should make all reasonable efforts to complete the dissolution prior to June 30th, 2025. So this is still going to take months. It may be, this process may be completed by the end of June, and it may not. So regardless of this amendment, that 1.6 million is, should this pass, is tied up to support the efforts to wind down this municipal corporation. And so I think, so, you know, so that's what the money will be utilized for, because that's what will be required. And then once that's completed, obviously it's possible to contemplate what might happen with the remainder of that money. So no, this won't, regardless of how we proceed, this isn't going to result in a reduced mill rate request, because as noted, it's been recommended to us that we put this money aside for whatever costs are incurred. And so, with the addition of administrative duplications, I actually feel that it answers everybody's concerns, which is if we find deficiencies through this process, this is not implicated in this amendment. It allows for there to be savings if we, let's say we have duplication of services and we have some savings in staffing, that there can be the contemplation to reallocate funds. We are still getting a report back from administration when the process is completed, and then in that scenario, they would say to us, hey, we did or didn't find administrative duplications. Here's some and if they did, here's how much that was, and here's how we recommend investing that money, or how we recommend spending that money. So I think this amendment, especially as revised, is very complementary to everything that everybody's saying. That's my perspective, and so I see it now as something that potentially incorporates all of the concerns that have been brought forward today, and hopefully can meet everybody's needs. Okay, I will pass it to Councillor Bizo.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, just as discussed, $1.6 million will not affect a mill rate. 10 of those $1.6 million will affect a mill rate. The overall thing, we are coming up into budget season right away, and we do need to look at the holistic approach and see where money is coming from and what's being duplicated for services. With everyone being new around the table here, we have to look at a deep dive line by line to see where money is being spent, what resources it takes to spend that money internally, externally, and to make sure things are going in the right direction to benefit communities. To date, $1.6 million has been spent over a few years, and nothing's been going to the community except going to bureaucracy, as the mayor alluded to. So I think we need to take a step back, look at this as a holistic approach. As the mayor was saying, let's look at dissolving the board, earmark that money and a line item in the budget, and then figure out the entire budget process going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Bizo. Okay, Councillor Burton, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So yes, as amended here now and with the administrative duplications, that works for me, and I agree with your summation there about dealing with everybody's stuff there. But I just want to also make sure that people realize that part of my wording was that the outcomes are not cut or affected, that this was about some of the overheads here, and that it still means that every dollar that we were spending on this program continues to go to that program that we wanted to go towards the outcomes. So that is important, that it was about the overhead. Thank you.
So Councillor Burton, then with the revisions, would you like to then accept it as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay. So, excuse me, that means then, did you have anything further you wish to say?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm good.
So that means then that we won't need a separate vote. This is now part of the main motion. And so just give me one sec. Okay, so there is still the opportunity, even though this is a friendly amendment, to speak on the main motion. And so you still all have the opportunity to ask questions should you wish to. Councillor Fro, you were it was last with you before we were addressing whether this was a friendly amendment or not. So if you have any further questions on the main motion, this is your opportunity.
Nothing further.
Okay. I mean, technically, you could have another opportunity should you wish. I will pass it to Councillor Rasevich. You would like to speak to the main motion?
So through the chair, so I'm just trying to get this kind of clear. So if we, for example, if there's overlap with the provincial government just recently giving money to women's, violence, they gave 4 million, and part of this money is also going to that, do we need to overlap that spending? I'm just saying, I know you can say it's small. We can all say it's a small amount of money, but if we do that through the entire budget, little small pieces of money add up to lots of money. So that's my only point, like we gotta rein things in here as a council. So, and like Councillor Basil said, line by line, like we gotta figure things out here. So, just sort of saying, oh, you know what, 1.6 million, we're gonna just, gonna carry on. I think we gotta start looking at things really closely, man. So that's my final comment.
So I do want to note, in case this makes a difference for you, is that it is for 2025
Yeah.
that his amendment is proposed, or,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
that the motion is proposing. And it is the case that it's anticipated to take potentially half a year for this dissolution to occur.
Mm-hmm.
So in case your concerns are, for the future, which will come forward in a report, or specific to 2025, but we're only
Yeah.
talking about what may or may not occur this year.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand that.
Okay.
Just, this isn't gonna affect nothing in terms of the mill rate or anything at all.
Yeah.
I understand
Yeah.
that totally, but it's
Yeah.
just the thought process moving forward. I mean, if there's duplication with provincial government, giving money to certain programs, et cetera, then we need to be careful where we're giving money as a city. We gotta
Okay.
be cognizant of those things, so.
And so were you hoping for a response from anyone, or
No,
those were just
no,
your remarks?
No, just
Okay.
my remarks.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Flores, please go, or wait one sec. I can't turn on your mic for some reason. It's not working. You'll see when your mic's on. I don't know why. There we go. Go ahead, please.
All right, thank you. Through the chair, I understand the concerns, but I think I would invite everyone to look at the community and safety and well-being plan, but also take some time to understand how all the other service providers are working. There is funding that is coming, but it's not, I don't think it's the overlap that it appears, and I think it's important for all of us to connect with city administration and with the programs that are running those programs to really understand how it works, because that funding is not going just to the programs that the provincial funding that you're referring to. Like, that overlap is not significant enough, I think, for us to try to find ways to remove those overlapping and all that would cost more in figuring that out. As I mentioned, the amount is not such a significant amount that would save us in the mill rate. I think we all agree with that, but also I don't think the overlap is also an issue, because we are entirely, like, there is so much need. I don't see that there would be an overlap. Like, I don't think there's overfunding of any program of that sort. In fact, it would kind of relieve the needs that are increasing, right? And for us, like, I really appreciate that this is removing budget that would go towards the non-program delivery, and that would now allow it to increase that program delivery. So I would ask, all of us to really understand that community safety and well-being plan, and just see a lot of those programs are so underfunding. Like, I don't see an overlap at all.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
So it was 3.8. If we're going to be precise about the dollars, that's about a $400,000 difference if we were looking at all the dollars. And there were 16 programs it is supporting. It's all listed, but that's throughout Saskatchewan. So it's to Lloydminster, to Moose Jaw, to Saskatoon, to Paths, to Sophia House, human trafficking prevention, enhanced early intervention supports. And that's all available, and we have experts in the room, but it's not the overlapping services, and that's just one of the others. So I think we can't jump to conclusions that when one government gives money, it takes away our obligation. We all know we work better in collaboration and partnerships. And even this 3.8, which was given, was through the federal and the provincial. And I guess we were the level of government missing on that. But, yeah, I would just like to say that it's not an automatic overlap. It's addressing a need which is deep in our community. And I'm grateful for it, but it doesn't take away what we're trying to do or what we've done in the past. This isn't an addition. This is something we've had year after year, so.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Okay, I will take my opportunity to speak to the motion. Excuse me, I do want to ask some questions about community safety and well-being to administration. And so one of my questions is this was touched on a bit already, but the concern of, regardless of the amount of dollars, but whether if CSIR, it does indeed get dissolved, will city administration be continuing with this work? And so I've had a few emails in relation to that, so I just want some clarity. I know what I've heard, but I'd like administration to clarify our commitment to this work. Is that for you, Ms. Pham? Okay, 1 second, please.
Through the chair, yes, the city is committed to this work. I think as we go through the dissolution process, what we understand today from CSIR, there are certain programs and initiatives that are currently being funded that I believe are important to this community, so we will be ensuring through that dissolution process that those programs continue on. And as previously mentioned, we will be bringing forward the report by Q3 that I think outlines a lot of the questions that council has asked of us of what are we continuing to do, what are we not going to do, what are the funding sources, et cetera, so that we can have a robust discussion on how we move forward with supporting community safety well-being plan.
Great, thank you. And then I'm also looking for administration to provide their feedback on just, I guess, what I'm perceiving as an underlying concern that is $1.6 million too much money to allocate to community safety and well-being efforts in our city. And so I have my thoughts on that, but just if administration can clarify, you know, is it too much? Is it seen by anyone as an over allocation of funding to address community safety and well-being?
Through the chair, I would say administration does not know today until we do the work to understand what are all the different programs, who's investing in what, to be able to respond to is $1.6 million too much, too little.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's a fair response, and I highlights the need to let you all do your work. I will say that when we're speaking of intimate partner violence, we know that we have the highest rate in the entire country. So, you know, if we have a funding of however many millions of dollars throughout the province of Saskatchewan to address it, unfortunately, I don't think it'll be enough. I certainly wish it were. I wish that we were able to, that we were seeing more movement on any of these issues than we are, which are in fact only getting worse across the board. So any allocation of funding to address these issues is important and increasingly a concern of all levels of government. And we need to be working together collaboratively to tackle these complex social issues. But also, I'm very happy to have administration who is currently doing this work take this process away, move forward with the immediate concern of what would be required to dissolve this entity and bring this work in-house, and then hear their recommendations after they've gone through that process of how they think we can best allocate funding in the future, that's their job, and I'm happy to have them do it. So I think that by moving this process in-house, we will have a better ability to ensure that there isn't any duplications and that the city can continue to be at the forefront of doing this important work. And I have full confidence in our team that they will be able to take this plan and run with it. It was something that our city was involved in from its inception. We know the plan well, and I think we're well set up to lead the implementation of the plan. Thank you. I don't see any others wishing to speak. Just one sec. Councillor Burton, you moved the motion, the report. Would you like to give some closing remarks? Okay, one sec. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for everybody for thoughts, input. I'm proud to move this motion that ensures that community safety and well-being stays as a priority for our community. I'm proud to have fellow councillors that are ensuring that dollars don't get lost in shuffles and that people express their understanding and need for that in the community. And through that we have a better outcome with that, and we've maintained the dollars that go towards those outcomes. I'm also happy that we were able to work through this collaboratively and come to a solution that works for everybody, and that's really important here, that we have to work our way through and come to some decisions, and that's where we're going to go now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor, and for the record, Councillor Mancinelli is absent from today's meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I would like to call upon a delegation related to EX 25-9. That would be the Provincial Capital Commission budget submission. So this would be Jenna Schroeder, Ryan Whitler, Josh Mickleborough, and Kelly Bizdell. And if I didn't pronounce your names correctly, anyone, please feel free to correct me. I'm turning on all 3 mics, so you'll have to share. Now, what you'll do, you'll need to, as you know, introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, and where you live. We're going to give you approximately 10 minutes with some leeway to address Executive Committee, since this is your budget submission. And then you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have for you. And so you can go ahead and get started with your introduction whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jenna Schrader, and I'm the Executive Director of the Provincial Capital Commission based in Regina, Saskatchewan. With me today are Ryan Whitler, Director of Outreach Visitor Experience. I have Josh Mickleborough, Director of Stewardship and Operations, and Kelly Bizdell, who's just behind us right now, Acting Director of Finance and Corporate Services. Through you, Madam Chair, good morning, Your Worship, members of Council, and city officials. On behalf of the Provincial Capital Commission Board of Directors, I'm here today to present our 2025 and 2026 budget. For clarity, the PCC is only asking for the City of Regina's portion of the total grant funding received from partners. In this presentation, I will provide a brief introduction and history of the PCC, share PCC strategic direction, highlight key achievements from 2024, provide an overview of the 2025 budget and investment plan and the preliminary 2026 budget and investment plan, summarize the investment plan for community use capital projects, and offer insight into next year's strategic goals. Following my presentation, my team and I will be happy to answer your questions. The Provincial Capital Commission Act was adopted in 2017 by the Government of Saskatchewan. This act combined the existing Provincial Capital Commission with Government House and portions of the Wascana Centre Authority. The PCC is governed by a board of directors. The board contains 3 representatives from the Government of Saskatchewan and 1 each from the City of Regina and University of Regina. An alternate from the City of Regina and University of Regina also serve on the board. The Provincial Capital Commission Act outlines the purposes or responsibilities of the PCC. To summarize, PCC's core function is to ensure Wascana Centre and Government House remain safe, beautiful, and accessible for all to enjoy throughout all 4 seasons. For more than 100 years, Wascana Centre has been the jewel in the crown of the Queen City. The map on this slide demonstrates the current ownership structure of land within Wascana Centre. There are 9 landowners within these boundaries. The City of Regina-owned land appears in salmon on this map. The PCC and Wascana Centre Authority before it serve as the stewards and land use managers for Wascana Centre and ensure consistent development standards and maintenance for multiple landowners. In April 2024, the Board of Directors approved a new strategic direction for PCC. Our hope and dream statement communicates what's important to PCC and PCC's hope for the community. This statement gives other organizations and people the ability to see themselves as partners for PCC. Our mission states what the PCC owns from the hope and dream statement. It also identifies who we are and what we do. Our vision focuses on the future we're striving to achieve. Capital investments for community use projects maintain and grow the legacy of PCC sites. This slide lists some of PCC's key achievements in 2024. I'll highlight 3 projects: pathway improvements, wildlife and invasive species management, and the Wascana Centre Master Plan review and renewal. First, pathway improvements. During the Wascana Centre Master Plan review and renewal engagement sessions, members of the community told us the feature they liked most about Wascana Centre was the pathways. The community also told us that the feature that should be prioritized for improvement was the pathways. Wascana Centre's pathway system is heavily used during all seasons, particularly on weekends and during the summer. 2 pathway improvement projects were undertaken this year. The Candy Cane to McDonald Street pathway extension was completed, and the shoreline improvement component of the Legislative Landing East pathway improvement was completed. Second, wildlife and invasive species management. Invasive weeds are an issue in Wascana Centre and the City of Regina. In 2022, the PCC began a multi-year targeted grazing project to reduce the density, size, and seed production of invasive weeds. The targeted grazing project demonstrates PCC's commitment to environmental stewardship through innovation and educational opportunities. This project will help maintain Wascana Centre as a thriving natural oasis in an urban setting for generations to come. Finally, the Wascana Centre Master Plan review and renewal. The Wascana Centre Master Plan provides a roadmap to guide future growth, development, and sustainability in Wascana Centre. Public and stakeholder engagement is a critical component of this project. With the help of our consulting team, DTAH and Praxis Consulting, and the Master Plan Public Advisory Committee, PCC developed an extensive public engagement process to actively engage the public and stakeholders. And there are 5 stages of the Master Plan review and renewal project. Work on Stage 4 was paused in 2024 so that the PCC could work with the City of Regina on its Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives. We're preparing to engage the public and stakeholders for Stage 4 now. In 2024, PCC entered Government House and Wascana Centre into the Communities in Bloom Special Attractions Competition. We were honored to receive a 4 Bloom rating for both sites. The residential school memorial at Government House received a special mention for cultural heritage. The native prairie plant garden maintained by Nature Regina at the Royal Saskatchewan Museum received a special mention for natural heritage conservation. The judges were impressed by the quality of our entry, especially given it was our first time entering the competition. Investing in the PCC keeps Government House and Wascana Centre beautiful, safe, and accessible. It also increases opportunities for programming and capital infrastructure. The 2025 budget represents a status quo budget. This is part of PCC's commitment to responsible spending and managing cost pressures by finding internal efficiencies as much as possible. The funding requests for partners are $7.274 million to the Government of Saskatchewan, $2.719 million to the City of Regina, and $800,000 to the University of Regina. The City of Regina's investment will support the PCC's operations and community use capital projects. The table on this slide includes the PCC's financial summary for 2025 as well as historical information. The PCC's budget is reviewed and approved annually by participating parties and the Board of Directors. The 2025 budget is a balanced budget. Most of PCC's revenue will continue to come from our funding partners. Grants from participating parties equal $10.793 million, or 75% of total funding. 50% will come from the Government of Saskatchewan, 19% from the City of Regina, and 6% from the University of Regina. Own source revenues generated through contracts, permits, events, and rentals equal $1.245 million, or 9% of total funding. $2.376 million, or 16% of total funding, will be transferred from the PCC's surplus account to fund community use capital projects. This slide provides a graphical representation of PCC's revenues. According to the Provincial Capital Commission Act, the annual budget amounts assigned to each of the participating parties are Government of Saskatchewan 55%, City of Regina 30%, and University of Regina 15%. The PCC's expenses are as follows. The full-time equivalent budget is 52.25, which represents 1 FTE increase from last year. Salary and benefit expenses are $5.973 million, or 41% of expenses. Community use capital investments, listed as development and infrastructure projects on this table, are $3.132 million, or 22% of expenses. The remaining $5.309 million, 37% of expenses, are operating contracts, accommodation, and amortization. And this slide provides a graphical representation of PCC's expenses. PCC plans to invest $3.132 million in 2025 into community use capital projects. The projects are organized in the following categories: maintenance of event spaces, maintenance of landscape features, maintenance of park amenities, pathway renewal plan, washrooms renewal plan, and fleet and support infrastructure renewal. $156,000 will be invested in maintenance of event spaces. These projects include a floating dock for the Habitat Conservation Area, Government House Interpretive Center, Willow Island restoration, and Lady Slipper Courtyard rehabilitation. $272,000 will be invested in maintenance of landscape features. Projects include shoreline restoration, tree nursery irrigation, targeted grazing, prescribed burn, and Pine Island rehabilitation. $420,000 will be invested in maintenance of park amenities, and these projects include picnic site, maintenance and rejuvenation, display pond, and wayfinding signage Phase 4. $1.323 million will be invested in the pathway renewal plan to improve pathways along Legislative Landing East and in Candy Cane Park. $616,000 will be invested in the washrooms renewal plan to improve public washrooms. $345,000 will be invested in fleet and support infrastructure renewal. And these projects include a fleet assessment and renewal for a chipper truck, Wascana Place audio-visual equipment, Government House website, and design for a new depot and greenhouse. This slide provides a graphical representation of PCC's 2025 Community Use Capital Project Plan. The preliminary estimate for the 2026 budget is also a status quo budget. The preliminary funding request for the City of Regina is $2.719 million. The 2026 budget is presented for information purposes only. PCC will bring a revised budget to Executive Committee next year. Increased costs for materials and services and market prices for construction may continue to influence the 2026 budget request. PCC plans to invest $4.378 million in 2026 into community use capital projects. Projects are organized in the same program categories as 2025. $250,000 will be invested in maintenance of event spaces. $312,000 will be invested in maintenance of landscape features. $500,000 will be invested in maintenance of park amenities. $188,000 will be invested in pathway renewal plan to improve pathways. $402,000 will be invested in the washroom renewal plan. And $2.726 million will be invested in fleet and support infrastructure renewal, which includes an allocation for the first of 2 years to construct a new depot and greenhouse. Changes in PCC's priorities may impact the 2026 investment plan. And this slide provides a graphical representation of PCC's 2026 Community Use Capital Project Plan. Moving forward, the PCC has several strategic goals to improve our operations and increase transparency with partners. We will continue to refine the cost tracking model for forestry, pest control, and horticulture operations to better understand the cost of our operations and services. We'll continue to develop memorandum of understanding to define the working relationships with partners and service agreements with partners to clarify responsibilities and expenses. These activities will help us refine our 5-year capital plan to provide short-term direction for capital investments in Government House and Wascana Centre and provide clarity to funding partners on areas of investment and budget allocations. Thank you all for your time today. And again, my colleagues and I would be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. I'm going to leave all your mics on so that whoever needs to respond can respond. I'll go to questions in just one moment.
Thank you.
Okay, so first I see Ms. Turnbull, and I suppose what we'll do is, what is it? Okay. Sorry, it's Councillor Burton. And so what we'll do is the questions will first go to you, Ms. Is it Schroeder or Schrader?
Schrader.
Okay, Schrader. And then you can just pass it along as needed to others.
Thank you.
So we'll go first to Councillor Burton. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, good presentation, Ms. Schrader. Couple questions just around the long-term plans for the park here. The West Lake is generally more of an active lake, and the East Lake is more of a passive one and a bit more bird sanctuary. Is the West Lake reaching saturation, or at certain times is it too busy? And where I'm going to go with this is that is there expansion needed or movement upstream of the park? And this is eventually down the road. We don't get cash to do some of this now, but for example, the tree nursery area, might that become additional active space that people from Regina could use, and that a tree nursery could be established at the edge of the city or some type of thing like that? Because is the West Lake getting too busy?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair, I'll start with this and see, Josh, if there's something that you wanted to add to it. We definitely have seen, especially since the pandemic years, just a huge increase in the use of Wascana Centre. For a number of years, when everyone was being told that if you wanted to gather, if you wanted to get exercise, you needed to do it outdoors. And we saw an exponential growth in the number of people coming to use the space. The pathways were more heavily used. Picnic sites were very heavily used. And we're still seeing that kind of traffic and that volume today. We haven't done a study yet to establish carrying capacity, as you had mentioned, but we do know that the spaces are very heavily used. We have done some assessment into our pathway system just to understand the current state of it and what do we need to do for ongoing operations and maintenance, where do we need to focus our attention into repairs, and then eventual replacement, what do we need to do. Josh, maybe do you want to speak a bit about the what we're doing for the pedestrian counts, just to better understand traffic flow?
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, appreciate the question on utilization. Jen has alluded to it. We are actively now implementing programs to understand how, sorry, thank you. I have that problem all the time. Yeah, we are actively implementing programs to understand utilization and taking steps to address, not just how much utilization, but where that utilization is, and then align our infrastructure and operations to make sure that we're being effective. And that is through counts, is one of those measures that provides that evidence. With respect to the nursery, same piece there. We are gaining understanding of what it takes to operate and maintain our canopy. You can appreciate that's a fairly lengthy exercise with some, with a lot of variability to make sure that we've got trees in the parts of the center that need trees. And that, of course, comes to the size of the nursery that we require. So, a tree can spend 5 to 10 years in a nursery, and we want to make sure that, based on our understanding and projections, again, appreciating that variability, that we have those trees available. So we don't have an answer right now on the size of the nursery, and we're working towards that. And to be quite honest, we haven't actively contemplated a move of it at this time, but as those figures come together, we will have an understanding and can formulate a plan over the long term.
Thank you. One more follow-up there. So this is vague, but my understanding was there used to be the ability to book Willow Island. It's still there, but it's not booked that often for functions, whether it's a wedding or stuff. My third or fifth hand information, there might have been some alcohol-related problems on Willow Island when they had some events. But I've heard many times people say, why can't we go out in Willow Island and maybe, have a few pops? If you want to do that, that would be under control, where you might have, if I go to a bar, there's a licensed establishment. And is there anything like that that the PCC could do to improve revenues by holding more functions on Willow Island, where it has a bit of that cachet of being on an island and going across on the pontoon, and it's special evening and stuff, and it has the canopy there and all the other amenities, washrooms, as you mentioned, for that. So anything on that front?
And thank you for the question. And through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn that question to Ryan Whippler. He can speak about the programming of Willow Island, and then maybe I can pick up the answer on alcohol use in the center.
Sure. Thank you for the question. And through the chair, I would agree that over the last number of years, we have seen Willow Island, the number of bookings has decreased a little bit. I would say a few reasons for that we've identified. One is we have noticed on the flip side of that is boat tours have increased exponentially. A lot of people, so we only have 2 tour boats, and we have a lot of tour boats of the lake that take place. We need to do a better job at advertising and promoting Willow Island as that destination of a very unique and special destination. So we've put some plans behind that for the upcoming year. One of the other programs we instituted last year was Picnic on the Island. So on certain Sundays throughout the year, and we're increasing it this year, we just take people over on the pontoon boats for free so they can have a picnic on that island, just to get the, that information out there that this is a pretty unique and available space.
And to the question about can people, if they want to go to Willow Island, can they bring alcohol? People within the center, if they're holding a private event, any kind of events or use of private space comes to the PCC. We review the application, we issue a permit, and we do allow people with appropriate permits to bring in alcohol. It has to be fenced. If it's in a general area, you have to follow all of the rules associated with alcohol, but in terms of general consumption in the park space, that is not yet legal. And it is something that we were talking about a number of years ago of would we want to allow this. No decisions were made by the board at that time, but I hope you can appreciate there are challenges if there is going to be alcohol within the center that's not regulated.
Okay, just a last little statement, and there's many opportunities, I think, for work groups to have some collaboration and team building experiences. That's another, it's not just the weddings and evening events, that there's many things that would work well for that. So thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Are you proposing a councillor team building workshop on Willow Island? Okay, I will pass it to Councillor Fro. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thanks for the presentation, the great work you do. Undoubtedly a gem in our community. I understand that in 2022, PCC's 5 community safety officers that patrolled the Wascana Centre were moved from the PCC to the newly created Provincial Protective Services. And so I'm wondering, what if they currently do regarding safety, noise, and nuisance, particularly in the evening? And the second part of that question is, generally speaking, how, in your estimation, are we faring in addressing noise, and safety, and nuisance, particularly in the evening time and around that legislative assembly area?
And thank you for the question. And through you, Madam Chair, the issue of traffic and noise around the legislative building is not new. It's been something that has been going on for decades, probably since the 1970s. It's been in front of the legislative building. It's absolutely beautiful. Lots of folks are using that space throughout all times of the day, and then also gathering within the evening hours as well. You are correct, Councillor, that in 2022, the Wascana Centre Community Safety Officers were transferred to the Ministry of Corrections, Public Safety and Policing. Now, those officers still have space within Wascana Place, which is the building that we all work in. So we are able to collaborate, to work with them, talk to them about issues on a daily basis. The matter of security and noise and patrolling within the center, there are those 5 officers who are trying to manage the entirety of Wascana Centre. The legislative building, it is a high priority area, and they do direct as many resources to that space as they can. One of the issues that we have seen, especially with cell phone social media, is as soon as an officer shows up, activity stops. Everything goes quiet. And then as soon as they leave, people are coming back. And the CSOs just don't have the capacity to station someone there 24 hours a day, which would really, it's that active presence would help to deter. But they do exercise their authority under the Traffic Safety Act and fines that have been enabled by SGI for noise, for stunting, what have you. And they have found that when they do issue those tickets, those hundreds of dollars of tickets or even a 30-day impound, it does temporarily slow down activity. And I do also want to thank as well one of our partners, the Regina Police Service, have been fantastic partners for the last number of years with us. Understanding that the legislative building is also high priority, so they do direct resources there as well. But for PCC, our role is we are one of many of dealing with this matter. So we're working with the CSOs, Corrections, Public Safety and Policing, and then as well as the Ministry of SAS Bills and Procurement as the landowner and the land manager. So we are just one of the groups who are working on it, but it is complicated, and we do understand, we appreciate the concerns of the residents, and we are open to having more discussions with the police to see what can be done.
Appreciate that. Understanding that the CSOs no longer report directly to you. Last question. Do they work in the evening past 10? And secondly, I guess to my previous question, in your assessment, appreciating that, you know, people have been gathering in that space for a long time, and people will do that, and it is a public space. As it relates to noise and nuisance, in your estimation, is it getting better, is it getting worse, or is it just relatively the status quo, with kind of a particular focus around the Legislative Assembly?
And thank you for that question. And through you, Madam Chair, we definitely notice a seasonality to the noise. In the spring, when the ice melts, that's when a lot of the louder vehicles come. And then the first snowfall, when there's too much snow and ice, that's when it quiets down. So you'll notice usually that April to October time. The CSOs, because they don't report directly to us, we can ask, we can suggest that there is evening coverage. But what they have done during the summer, particularly on weekends in the summer, is having someone scheduled to be there later in the evenings. Also dealing with staff capacity too. There has been some turnover in the last number of years, so they haven't been able to have that later evening presence all the time, but they know that it is a priority. In terms of, is it getting better, is it getting worse? I think as vehicles and modifications for vehicles are changing and getting louder, it definitely is louder. But I know that the legislative building isn't the only spot in the city where it's an issue. It's citywide, and I know the police they know the hot spots within the city where people are going to come and gather with their vehicles.
Okay, so did you have more, Councillor? Okay, thank you, Councillor Fro. Next, I do see Councillor Turnbull this time. Please go ahead.
It's real this time. Hi, thanks so much for presenting my own. I love Wascana. I've done so many loops around Wascana, so many things. But first of all, I'm so grateful to your association, because everything you've done with your playground renewals in your past have always had accessibility at the forefront, and I've known that I've never had to advocate to you, and that means so much. And it's really good to be able to say, yeah, I know that that's something that's happening. But from my running side, when we have these races and we run around the lake all of the time, you can really see what's going on in the parks. And there are times where those pathways are so full. And I'm wondering if there's any, especially with the smaller, the 4K loop, if there's any thought to making the paths a little bit wider, so when the Canada Goose race goes on, which I did 80 kilometers. So if there's any thought to like making that wider so that all of the different people do fit, because it is so well used and it is so wonderful, and you do have baby carriages and wheelchairs and runners and so much activity that fitting on that path really becomes a challenge.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair, congratulations on running 80 kilometers. It's a fantastic achievement. You ask a very good question that we have been thinking about for years. We're almost victims of our own success of having such a great space that everybody wants to come to, and how do you manage that capacity with a pathway system that was designed in the 1960s, 1970s, and just hasn't kept pace with the current level of usage. So no decisions have been made at this point, but we have been talking, particularly through the Master Plan Renew and Renewal project, of where are there opportunities to either widen a path? Do we want to have twinned paths, like have separated paths? Are there opportunities to look at using roadway space and potentially doing seasonal closures to allow more capacity for cyclists, for strollers or that faster moving traffic, for e-scooters? It's definitely something that we are looking at, and I know Josh had talked about the pedestrian counts. What's really exciting to us is we've done some point-in-time counts for traffic assessments. Now what we're trying to do is we do have some just motion cameras. They're not capturing images, but it's just a beam of light that were installed a couple months ago. So we're looking to get year-round data at several points throughout the center so we can really understand, did what we see in September when we did these counts for 2 weeks, was that an anomaly? Or what's the seasonal usage within the center? So we definitely know we need to invest in the pathways, but from our perspective, we're looking for how do we get more data to understand that where we're spending our limited dollars, we're going to get the best bang for the buck. So we definitely are going to keep tracking that data, keep talking internally, engaging consultants to get some advice on what we do to make sure that there is space for everybody who wants to come and use the system.
Okay. And then my next question, so next to Wascana Rehab, is that the old tree nursery or is that the current tree nursery?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair, the tree, there's two components. We have an Arboretum Park that is just east of Wascana Rehab Center. That was an old tree nursery. There's still some very good specimens of trees in there. A number of years ago, new pathways were installed there, which is a great little loop for members of the community, especially for folks who are in Wascana Rehab Center. And then to the east of Arboretum Park, that is our active tree nursery, where we are growing and maintaining the trees that will be transplanted elsewhere within Wascana Center.
I didn't realize that the old one was open to the public. I was going to ask about that, so you already answered my question. I'll have to go check it out. And I think that other than the goats, are the goats an effective use of funds? And I know it's very fun for everyone, and could that be made into something? Because right now, when we look for the goats, we have to actively look for the goats. It's not advertised. Well, it is, but not where they are. Is there any way to make that more of a event, or are you trying to keep people away from the goats?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. What's in our budget right now is we don't have a huge pot of money dedicated to advertising. We really rely on social media, traditional media to pick things up. So we do put out through our social media channels when the goats are coming. I can appreciate that it seems like the expense of the goats is this money well spent? What are we getting for it? And really there's the two benefits. There's the ecological benefits, but then there's also just the excitement in the community. I don't know how many folks within the community would have seen goats if we didn't bring them in. If you're not going to a farm, you're not going to agribition. So we do have what we've been putting out for the last number of years on our social media in advance of the goats coming. We call it our Know Before You Goat, of just things to keep in mind when you come to see them. We do encourage people to come and see the goats, but there is an electric fence. It's not a super strong electric fence, but enough that it's a little bit of a charge just to keep the goats contained. We ask that people don't touch it, so keep your children away from it. If you've got very reactive dogs, please don't bring the dogs because they could distract the goats. But we do encourage people when the goats come, they've come twice in the season, once earlier in the year when the grasses and the weeds are just growing to mow them down, and then they come later in the summer before those plants go back to seed. The location does change daily. The shepherd will move the flock around to make sure that there is still plenty of food and they're getting through the area. For the last 2 years, we've had the goats on the side of Wascana Hill for a number of days, and then also taking them to the old Native Prairie Restoration Site north of First Nations University. What I can say in terms of the ecological benefits, because the East Lake, as Councillor Burton had pointed out, it's more natural. There is a migratory bird preserve there. We don't actively spray chemicals for the weeds in that area because of the potential of runoff. There's also bird nesting sites around there, so we don't want to be adding too many chemicals into the lake or potentially impacting the birds. So without the goats, we would mow that area once a year, maybe twice a year. So the goats are actually serving a really good ecological purpose of managing the weed load, because if those weeds go to seed, it's blowing everywhere in the city. So we're trying to do our best to manage what's in here. so that we can reseed that area to be more natural prairie grasses and prairie flowers and reestablish it back to a prairie setting.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have lots of questions for you about PCC. We're not done yet, but we are going to take our break for 15 minutes. And then just to note to council, I still have 4 folks in the speaking queue, so get ready for more. Okay. So, and just to clarify, so it's 10:34, so we will be back at 10:49. Okay, folks, if you can find your seats. We are a minute later than I said we'd be back. And so it's time to get started again. And so we're going to go next in the speaking queue. Oh, you didn't have to run, but I appreciate the hustle, team. So next in the speaking queue, I do see Councillor Flores. So I will turn your mic on.
All right, so I'm gonna get situated again. All right, so I think this has been expressed to you guys. It is a great space. I'm there year-round, biking, walking, all things. I really appreciate that space. But I wanted to know a little bit more about, and this might be due to me being kind of new to this role and just trying to get a better understanding. Do you know who sets the speed limits in the areas that are like pedestrian heavy? And have there been, or are there any plans to explore reduction in those speed limits or reduction of traffic? And I'm coming at it from just like a safety point of view. I've noticed an increase of commuting through some of those areas, which has increased the amount of not just traffic, but the speeds at which some of that traffic goes. So if you have a lot of people, as we've all established, is a very well-used space, but with the increase of higher speed traffic, it feels like a little bit of a safety concern, especially in the times of the year when it gets darker earlier, but people are still out there.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair, the PCC is responsible for setting the speed limit for the roads within Wascana Centre, so that's around the West Lake, around the East Lake, around Candy King Park. We do not set the speed for Broad Street, Wascana Parkway, and that speed was set at 40 kilometers an hour a number of years ago. We don't have any active plans right now to look at reducing speed, but it is something that if there is a need, if there is an interest, we'd be open to that discussion. Ryan, am I missing anything from the past about setting up speed? Okay. Thank you.
And I think that kind of builds on to the earlier things that Councillor Frau brought up in terms of noise reduction, because I've also noticed an increase. I live close to that path, so there are times of the year, and it's not year-round, but there are times of the year where you see that, and kind of the cars. I'm not sure if they're racing or what, but there is a lot of traffic at night, and as you mentioned, like there's tickets and things like that. But are there any plans or thoughts on how to address that so that we can continue to have that? Again, that feeling of safety for pedestrians and those who are not in cars, because it's such a great space, it's so well utilized. I would hate for, as we see that increase, then have some issues happening with increase of speeding cars.
Mm-hmm. And thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair, again, it's the Wascana Centre Community Safety Officers that are, they're patrolling the centre. They do issue a number of speeding tickets. The highest number of tickets that they issue any month is about speeding. And it really comes down to being in the right place at the right time for them to enforce that speed limit. Unfortunately, they have caught folks driving on roads in the centre double the speed limit. So some of it too is no matter what we put as the speed limit, it comes down to the activities of people using it. So we will do our best to manage that, and for the community safety officers to be ticketing those folks who are driving excessively with excessive speeds or unsafe. But I think it's something that we'd be open to looking at in the future. Are there other things that we can do to increase pedestrian safety?
Wonderful, thank you. And again, it's such an amazing space, I think. It's a really amazing space in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Councillor Rasovich, please go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you. Again, I love Wascana Park as well. World's longest bridge over the shortest body of water. Love it. Anyways, just a couple. I got a few questions in regards to, I guess, Speaker's Corner, in terms of getting permits so that we, as a city, can move forward and get, I guess, the repairs done sooner than later, because I guess costs will go up if we, I guess, kind of keep waiting. Do you have any information on us getting permits to get going on that?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair, I'll start answering, and then I'll turn it over to Josh here. With the storm sewer pipe that had burst in Speaker's Corner, we've been working really closely with the City of Regina administration since that happened. We've also been working with the Water Security Agency as well, the three parties that are all involved in this area here. Now, we do have a development process, major development process, that when there are significant development proposals, works that are proposed within the center, that we have to take it through. There's a series of steps, and with this project in particular, because of the high dollar value of it, it is considered a major development. So we do have a process that was dictated that we follow based on recommendations from the provincial auditor to make sure that there is an open and transparent way that development applications are received, reviewed, and then decisions are made by the board. Josh, do you want to speak a bit more about the different steps in that process, and then this project in particular?
Yeah, sure. So, there are similarities between, what the city might go through for a development and what we do. Of course, this is a special place, as it's been acknowledged here. And the intent of our process is to make sure that what happens there, is indicative of the quality of that space, right? So we tend to be, very engaged in the design process, and that's what our process is intended to achieve, is a high degree of integration of PCC administration and our architectural advisory committee in the design process. So there are 4 approvals that are reviewed. There's a conceptual statement of intent. This is what we want to do. A conceptual approval, a detailed design approval, and a final approval for every project. So there's feedback between, the proponent, in this case the city, and our organization about how to achieve that. And we have been working very closely with the administration, with the consultants involved, to make sure that we're following the process that we have to get the approval done, and then, really streamlining that to make sure that those approvals are done so that construction can proceed.
Where are we at now? Do we know, what stage are we at? And
So, on the Speaker's Corner process,
Yeah.
we are at concept approval, but we've agreed to take 2 steps at a time, given some of the challenges we're facing with, getting board meetings together for those approvals.
Okay. Well,
So what I will jump in here is, since the elections, both the provincial and municipal elections, through the chair, that happened in the fall, we have had some turnover on our board, and at some point in the next few weeks here, we will get that order in council from cabinet to appoint the City of Regina representatives, and then we can hold meetings. We are required, based on our act and our governance manual, to have representation from each of the participating parties before major decisions are made.
okay.
So in order to make sure that we can hold a meeting and actually make the decisions, we have to have the board members appointed, and then we will bring to the board the statement of intent approval and the conceptual design approval together.
So part of the holdup is getting the board together, which we haven't done yet. Gotcha. Okay, so we got to get that going, then things can maybe get things moving quicker, right? I think.
Yeah, and through the chair, thanks for that question. And yes, once we have the board appointed, orientation is completed, and we can get a first meeting together, the intent is to continue to work with the city to get all of the information that we need so that we can, as best as possible, expedite those approvals through the board.
Okay. Have we explored, another question, I guess, have we explored the, looking at the provincial government to participate maybe in some of the funding at all of the project? Whether it's in the ground or on the surface?
So, yeah, I think that, there's discussions that have taken place around that, from administration to administration. This is city infrastructure. It's a large diameter trunk storm line that serves a significant area downtown. So, you know, I believe it's kind of, you know, clear that the project itself is being funded by the city.
Okay.
There's a couple of significant storm projects that are underway in the center, and that's how we've been navigating those.
Okay. I guess another question I had too was, so I know the federal government has a tree program, some $10 million tree program. Is the PCC able to get money from that, do you know?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure exactly which program you're talking about. There's a few different federal programs that are out there. Depending on the requirements or the eligibility, there are certain programs where PCC would be able to apply, but then there's others where we're not. So it comes down to program by program of undertaking that analysis and speaking with the people who are running the program to see if we are eligible. We haven't yet put a lot of attention or effort into exploring grant opportunities, because to do that well, you have to invest resources. You need staff who are going to be actively seeking out different grant programs, writing proposals, fielding questions.
Okay.
And to date, we haven't allocated those resources. We're more focused on the programming that we're
I
doing
just
right
brought
now.
that up because here in Regina, Lakeview, I guess it's a community in Lakeview, they're accessing that program. So we approved it here, so maybe that's something that we can look into here, if it's not too onerous, I guess. So that's one other thing, and I guess my last question would be is, you know, I guess you know, again, I know your budget's 2.7 million from the city, and I just wondered, like, and I know sustainability, we've talked about this, you know, like even the city, you know, maybe, because everybody's looking for cost savings, like, and you mentioned not cutting grass in certain areas, maybe the goats eat it once a year, so you don't spread, you have to use pesticides, you don't spread weeds and all those types of things, but I guess, you know, I'm just thinking like 5% of the budget's $135,000, and could that be saved in cutting the grass less, you know, and would people really notice? And, you know, anyways, just, hey, I got elected on being, I guess, throwing nickels around like manhole covers. You know what? And every $100,000 from everywhere, whether it's 100 or 200,000, just make a difference. So anyways, I'm just asking that question, you know, about, you know, just, you know, what is the budget for, say, you know, cutting grass over a whole year in summer and hiring summer students or whoever potentially, and maybe that gets cut back, and I'm just asking, is that a possibility?
And thank you for that question, and through you, Madam Chair, I will address one part of that question first of would people notice, and they absolutely do. They do. We field a number of complaints every year about the condition of the center, and people saying, why doesn't it look as good as it used to be? Why aren't you putting more into maintenance, into an investment? So respectfully, members of the public do notice when we're not. We are in the process of, and just to clarify here a bit about separation of responsibilities. So Provincial Capital Commission, we are responsible for the trees, the shrubs, the flowers, pest control within Wascana Centre when it comes to maintenance and landscaping. When it comes to cutting the grass, clearing of the pathways in the winter, garbage disposal, general maintenance, that work is done by the Ministry of SAS Builds and Procurement. So when Wascana Centre Authority split, trees, flowers, pest control, programming went to Provincial Capital Commission. The rest of the maintenance went to SAS Builds and Procurement. But we do contract the Ministry of SAS Builds to provide that service. It is a line item in our budget. So functionally, staff are still working side by side in the field. It's just a different reporting structure. And what we are doing now, we've spent a good chunk of 2024 and continuing here into 2025 is developing the service level agreement between our two organizations of who is doing what activities in Wascana Centre, to what standard, and what resources are needed to do this. So defining those levels of service, of having the entire center mapped into different priority areas of the highest priority, Queen Elizabeth II Gardens, what are we doing there? How many resources are we putting into that? What is the standard we want it to look like? So similar with grass cutting. Are we cutting an area 3 times a week? Are we cutting it once a week? Is it once a year? So that's where we are getting to that very fine-grained detail of being able to understand what activities are going on, and then tracking that as well so that we can have an understanding of what is the true cost of providing this service. So if we are to talk something in the future of, are there potential cost savings? We have the information to make an informed decision of what would this mean. If we cut the grass one less time, what are those actual savings?
Yeah,
I don't have that number for you right now, though.
First world problem.
Yeah.
I hear you, but thank you very much. I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rasovich. Okay, next I see Councillor Radens. Please go ahead.
Hey, thank you for being here, and thanks for your presentation. I just want to say that I echo the sentiment of using that space for many, many years and taking my children to the park. Candy cane is a popular spot for many families, and so I also know folks who have visited Regina, who have lived in Regina, have gone to that space, and they talk about that and on different occasions. And so to address the issue about the pathways that came up earlier, Councillor Turnbull had spoken about, I just want to know if there's appropriate lighting in the pathways. Now, I mean, it's not something I paid attention to, though I had people bring that up as a concern, and so safety being a concern for them in the reduced daylight hours. And so I know you also mentioned that you use that beam to find out the traffic of folks using the space, and so maybe we can figure out, you know, what are the lighting hours or the lighting at that time, right? And so, and if lighting needs to be upgraded, and if required, if that is something that we've thought about down the road, and to address those concerns.
Yeah, thank you for that question, and through you, Madam Chair, thank you again for sharing positive feedback about the space. I know we're very biased, we love it, and we're glad that people within the city love it as well. In terms of lighting, over the last number of years, we've been working with the Ministry of Sask Builds and Procurement to upgrade some of the street level lighting. There's the old lollipop, we call them the lollipops, it's just the standard with the globe. Incandescent bulbs that are not necessarily the brightest. Some of the new lighting infrastructure that's been installed over the past few years is it's taller and it faces downward. Those are LED bulbs, so they are much brighter, but they aren't causing the same light pollution as the lollipop lights do. It's a fair question about, is there adequate lighting on the pathways? Is there something that we can improve? We haven't done the full assessment yet of what is existing and is it sufficient. I think we'll get a lot of really good data from our pedestrian counts just to see different times of the year. The benefit that we have in the summer is sometimes it's late until 10:30 at night, so you're getting adequate lighting, but you're right, it's not constant throughout the year. But pathway lighting itself, if we were to invest in that, that would be a very significant investment because we don't have a lot of power within the center already. So that would have to be well thought out, and there would have to be a dedicated budget to install that kind of infrastructure.
Okay, so in terms of that, I mean, sustainability framework and solar lighting perhaps as an option to consider?
Yeah, thank you for that, and definitely something that as we move forward, we'll look at all the different type of options we have available.
Thank you, Councillor Radens. I now see Councillor Sickleith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you.
Thank you to the four of you for coming today. You won't be surprised that I too have a positive view of the park, and especially the QE2 gardens. I take all of my visitors that come here for the first time there. Well, not in the winter, of course, but in the summertime. I had a question about Speaker's Corner because I don't quite have my head wrapped around this yet. Maybe you can help me with this. And I think I'll need Mr. Doney to chime in. When did the break happen?
Sorry, this will, it's, these questions, there will be a chance to ask administration, so this is only for the delegation, but, I mean, I don't know if they're able to answer, so we can see.
Do we remember?
Otherwise, you'll have to ask administration later.
Yeah, and thank you for that question. Through you, Madam Chair, what we can provide is the break in the line happened, I think it was June of 2023, but it actually wasn't within Wascana Centre. It was outside the boundaries, just west of Albert Street. And I'll leave it to city administration to discuss the particulars, but the decision was to install that temporary pump within Wascana Centre so that there wasn't as much disturbance to the residents.
Okay, are you aware of what that costs the city of Regina every year? I'm trying to remember the number, but it was somewhere in the 1.9. Was that correct? I can't ask city that today?
No, you'll just have to, you can ask after they are, after
Right.
they leave, then we'll have the opportunity to ask
I think
administration.
it was 1.9.
The questions.
And your ask is 1.7, and we've been waiting 2 years to get going. I'm thinking, what design issues are there to have a meeting about when the pipe is underground? I'm a little confused about that.
So, yeah, thanks for the question. This is, and through the chair, this is, you know, a very active discussion, and there's good collaboration on this item. I want to highlight that.
Okay.
And I don't want to speak for your administration, but I think they've taken a long-term view, a forward look at this, about what it's going to take to set up downtown for stormwater. And they were facing significant challenges with respect to the infrastructure in the area and trying to provide that level of service to the downtown area.
Gotcha.
So what that amounts to for us is a significant trenched excavation to accommodate, I believe it's a 2.6, 2.7 meter pipe, so huge.
Big, yeah.
All the way through the center, entering, you know, kind of right adjacent to Willow Island.
Yeah.
So, you know, the concerns that, you know, we have, it's our role to make sure that the space is a place that people can enjoy and
Yeah.
that is an enjoyable atmosphere, have been focused around, you know, how do we manage that disruption? There's going to be traffic concerns, pathway concerns during construction, but then this water that was crossing Albert Street and entering the creek is now coming into the lake. So what are the implications to the lake and the environment that we all enjoy? So those discussions are just focused around coordinating that activity and then making sure that large diameter outfall is as integrated into the landscape as it can be. Is that?
I think I understand now. Yeah, this is something new for the park.
Yes, correct.
And, you know, a dig can be, you know, filled back in and grass put back and paving put back, and that would look fine. But I can see how that, being something new, that water isn't going in there now, is something you need to study. I would ask if it's possible to please speed it up, because it's costing us a fortune for a temporary fix. That's the extent of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sickles. I have a few of my own. I don't see others indicating they wish to speak. Okay. I guess I'll start with, I mean, I feel like everyone else said it, so I also love the Wascana Centre, so just to be clear. So my first question, though, is in relation to Dutch elm disease, which I know is a growing concern or it has been in recent years anyway, for not just city trees, but trees also around the park. And so the question is, what are you doing to address that concern, and how are you able to collaborate with the city so that we can work collaboratively to address the issue of Dutch elm disease in the city?
And thank you for that question. Actually, great question. This past year was really difficult for PCC and for the city when it came to Dutch elm. In a number of years leading up to this year, there may have been, 2 or 3 incidents in 10 or 15 years, and this year we really got hit hard. So what I can share from our forester's perspective is the trees themselves are quite stressed. We've been in a drought environment for 6 or 7 years now, and there's been some significant pest damage from cankerworms as well, so the trees were already at less capability to fight back against Dutch elm here. But something that we have been doing for a number of years is it's a tree injection program, and I think the city uses a similar injection as well. The focus that we've taken in PCC is looking at our oldest and highest value elms to actually inject them. So it's a fungicide that gets injected into the trees to help provide them some defense against Dutch elm. We will see how, I think the next couple of years we'll really start seeing just how effective that inoculation program is, that injection program is. But we do work with the city in identifying cases, in sharing information, and making sure that we're trying to stay on top of it. But what is really challenging about Dutch elm is that it infects the parts of the tree that are above the ground, but then also the roots. So if there is an infected tree and we have to take it down, how are we trenching around that to try to stop the spread from the roots? So it really is a challenge, and I think in the coming years we're going to have to work closer with the city on how do we try to identify and manage those trees as early as possible in the season.
Great, thank you. Okay, now specific to your budget, can you confirm how many years now that you've asked the city for a status quo budget?
Thank you for that question, and we were actually trying to find that answer. It's been at least 10, if not more. But we have had a status quo budget pretty much from all of our partners for a long time.
Okay.
So it's something where the staff really have taken a lot of pride in being able to continue to deliver the high quality services that we do with the same amount of money. And I think we're in the same position as the city and other organizations, that inflation and just cost of everything is going up. So we have been managing as well as we can within our budget. We're going to keep trying to do that, but we are getting near the end of the road of being able to manage with that current allocation.
Well, that was my next question, which is how are you able to do this in a time of inflation and rising costs? And I do know that you've been essentially, you've been dipping into your accumulated surplus, and maybe that's the answer. And that I've noticed in the projections, like, you know, it started off, I think, at 10 million, like in your chart anyway. I don't remember what year, but it's going to continue to go down. And so, you know, is that the answer? That's how you're able to continue to absorb these rising costs, is through your accumulated surplus?
And thank you for that question. The accumulated surplus, where that came from was just year over year in the past, when there were capital projects that weren't able to be completed or things were being deferred. Any of that leftover money at the end of the year was going into the accumulated surplus. So we have been using that surplus, and then also managing projects of what are we advancing, how many are we advancing, can we phase things to try to get a handle on the expenses that are coming in. The direction that we had received from our board last year was to start investing in the infrastructure that we have, because the longer we wait on some of these things, the more expensive it's going to be. Okay. So we have put forward a more aggressive drawdown of that reserve to start working on things like pathways, washrooms, picnic sites, and reinvesting in the infrastructure in the center. So that level of investment is obviously not sustainable. This year will be okay, next year we'll still be able to manage, but looking out 3 years from now is when we will have to be having some hard discussions with our partners on what level of investment and how aggressive do we need to be in reinvesting in our infrastructure, and what do we continue to defer, understanding that there's costs of deferring things.
Okay, thank you. That answers some of my follow-up questions. Okay, now I have another one. So in light of the capacity concerns, as you said, like part of, we're so popular that it's a good problem to have. So I'm wondering, this is not totally serious, would you recommend that more folks come visit beautiful Ward 8's A.E. Wilson to help address some of those capacity concerns? And like, just to help you out as well. What would you say to that?
No, and thank you for the question, and it's a fair question. I know when you think of the resources and what you can do within Wascana Center, there really is something for almost everyone. We do have the opportunity to partner with the city on recreation, and how do we spread recreation? How do we encourage people to look at the other parks that we have within the center? Because we know in Wascana Center, we can't handle all of the recreation of the city.
Sure.
So there are some great assets elsewhere in the city. Haven't been to A.E. Wilson Park in a while, but I might have to check it out.
Sure.
So
Give me
I
a
think,
call and we'll go.
thank you. I think there's definitely an opportunity where we can have an integrated look. I know that there's city administration and then there's PCC, and it's this invisible line around Wascana Center that the public doesn't see. Of different jurisdictions. So how can we work together to make sure that we're being integrated, not just on recreation, but on, you know, transportation, transit, a whole bunch of other issues, so that people are getting that consistent user experience, whether they're in Wascana Center, PCC jurisdiction, or they're within City of Regina.
That was an excellent response to my
Thank you.
silly question. I don't see others indicating they wish to speak, so thank you for all your time, and you may return to the gallery.
Thank you.
So we will now consider item EX 25-9, 2025 budget submission, Provincial Capital Commission. Can I have the city manager, Nikki Anderson, please introduce the report? And before that happens, then there will be the opportunity for folks to ask questions for administration. So we'll pass it to Mr. Anderson instead. Please go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. The City of Regina works with service partners, including the Provincial Capital Commission. You have heard a presentation from PCC today detailing their 2025 grant request. The deliberation and approval of the grant request is undertaken as part of Council's consideration and approval of the overall general fund operating budget. As a result, once discussed at Executive Committee, the budget submission is referred to the 2025 budget process in March for future deliberation by City Council. The PCC is requesting total funding of $2.719 million for 2025, which is the same as their 2023 and 2024 requests.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Turnbull, okay? And I can go to you first, and do you have any questions for administration? Oh my gosh, no? Okay, that's good, because I wasn't able to turn your mic on for some reason. If anybody does wish to speak, please indicate by pressing your speaking button. Right. Including Councillor Sickley's, I don't know if you did you want to ask your questions of administration? Oh, okay, you have the number, so you're fine, okay. So I don't see anyone wishing to speak. And I guess, Councillor Turnbull, you can open or close debate. Or do you wish to say something? Okay.
No, I'm good.
Go ahead.
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, excellent. So I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you, Clerk. We now have a delegation related to EX 25-10, so that is Economic Development Regina's budget request. So I will call upon the following folks as part of that delegation. Chris Lane, Tina Holtby, Tina Schvedel, and Darren Howden. Please introduce yourselves for the record once you're settled, the organization you are representing, and where you live. You have 10 minutes approximately to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have for you. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Our mics are on, Madam Chair? Are they on? Okay, thank you. Good morning, Your Worship, members of council who I have not had the privilege of introducing myself to yet, representatives from city administration, and members of the public in the hall this morning. We're very happy to be here to present our 2025 vision for the organization. My name is Tina Sweetall. I am the chair of Economic Development Regina. Today we have our vice chair, Darren Howden, CEO, Chris Lane, EDR's manager of finance and administration, Tina Holtby. This morning we really want to bring our vision for 2025 to council. Prior to this meeting, we submitted the 2025 budget, which outlines many achievements that the organization made in the past year, and more importantly, outlines our priorities and budget considerations for the upcoming year. I also know that you recently had an opportunity to meet with and spend time with the EDR team to learn about the organization from the ground up. Hopefully that will help with the conversations this morning. The past year can be characterized as a year of partnership and preparation for EDR. The organization has done its homework, strengthened its relationships, and is ready to deliver several initiatives to support the city's growth and prosperity in 25 and beyond. Chris will share more on that in a moment. I do want you to know that EDR's board is engaged, supportive, and ready to serve the organization and, more importantly, the city of Regina. The package you have, including the budget, has been debated, informed, and ultimately endorsed by the board of directors of EDR. We're proud of the work we have done, and more importantly, we are proud of the work that EDR is about to do. Over to you, Chris.
Thanks very much, and thanks, everyone. As Tina mentioned, my name is Chris Lane. I'm the president and CEO at Economic Development Regina. I've been in the role almost 3 years now, and I'm exceptionally proud of the work we've done so far, and what we're about to do for everyone who, like us, believes Regina's best days are to come. So to begin with, we don't have any goats in our presentation at the beginning, but we might by the end, you never know. It's worth underlining the importance of the relationship, the structural relationship between EDR and the city. You are the sole shareholder. We have an operating agreement that sets out the guidelines, including reporting, governance, structure, and operational limitations. It's a 10-page document that outlines what we can and cannot do. And it also clearly establishes EDR as an independent organization operating under the direction of our board of directors. It also dictates that there's only one member of EDR, and that's you. EDR can't, by definition, issue memberships. The UMA was last updated in 2022 to allow the transfer of Tourism Regina and its assets, including staff, operating capital, and strategic reserves from EDR to REAL. The most important and pertinent part of that UMA is the mandate. Economic development strategy, retention, attraction, and growth of business, and marketing and promotion of our city and region for both of those purposes. EDR is the only organization you have with a mandate like this that covers the entirety of the city and the region around it. Okay. But first, some introductions to the people behind all this work. EDR's board is made up of volunteers who give their considerable time and expertise to guiding our organizations. We have a public, competitive, and skills-based process for selecting those board members. And as you can see, some of the most accomplished leaders in our community serve the city through EDR. Our board is 60% women and 42% representing our diverse local community. Our team at EDR is equally dedicated. We're small but enthusiastic. The EDR team is made up of just 10 people with 2 vacancies for a total of 12 FTEs. Everyone in this group is here because they believe in what we're doing. All told, we are by definition and practice Regina's sales, marketing, and advocacy agency. If you want the most distilled and simplified version of what we do, it's this. EDR advocates for the city's growth and reputation as a place to live and do business. We pursue the opportunities that advocacy creates for the ultimate betterment and benefit of all. Now let's talk about deliverables and what we're doing in 2025. Specifically, we focus on a handful of tactics. All of our activities can be sorted into delivering or supporting outcomes in these key areas, and we'll briefly outline what that looks like. Our data and analytics group produces regular insights and products that inform business and policy leaders. We fuel smarter business decisions in Regina by doing research that's very city-specific and relevant. That's everything from our monthly economic brief to specific work like economic modeling connected to canola crush projects. But we also fuel smarter community decisions based on the work we do. EDR supports multiple nonprofits with analysis and understanding of their business and impact to the city and citizens. We do this at no cost. Our investment attraction work focuses on key sectors and key opportunities that are all driven by what the data is telling us. It's advanced through a series of growing partnerships at home and abroad to ensure Regina is consistently positioned well, even if we're not there to do it ourselves. And finally, it results in leads that we qualify through a series of steps and ultimately deliver as new investments in new companies in Regina. The photos here are an example of what that looks like as we guide, in this case, a European manufacturer to establish a global headquarters in North America. More precisely, we focus on that work in some very key sectors. We have our established ones like ag and energy. We identify quickly growing sectors in Regina that we are well positioned for, like renewables and bio-based products. And in 2025, we are creating capacity to support Regina's place in the sectors of the future, like film, nuclear energy, and aerospace, defense, and aviation. But we also support local business from startup to scale up. EDR's entrepreneurship work, supported by the research in the State of Small Business report, identifies important areas that need specific attention. One, we are expanding delivery of our high school entrepreneur programming to reach more schools and more students in 2025. And we are developing and deploying a support program for high potential companies that are past the startup stage and looking to establish. In our brand and communications work, we will launch a couple of timely and important programs in 2025. EDR will lead the public call-out and celebration of the people making a positive difference in our city. We'll activate our partners like the Hotel Association and Tourism Regina to take our story and our opportunity to more places in 2025, and we'll invite organizations that share the same goals of telling a positive, research-backed, real story about our home to come along. And that's particularly important because it has real impact. Telling the right story at the right time to the right people can make a huge difference here. We've spent 18 months understanding the cost and opportunity of Regina's workforce and population. If you fill every job that's open in the city today, you'll add $500 million to Regina's GDP. But you can't get people to move here with slogans. We need to know what our value proposition is, where it solves a problem for people, and who is most likely to be motivated and receptive to it. Once we know all that, we need the tools to do something about it. In 2025, we're launching the first ever set of assets built specifically to connect potential citizens of Regina to the careers, homes, and lifestyle options that only our city can offer. But we're going to do some slogans too. I won't spoil it here, but in a matter of days, we will go live across the country with the first ever campaign targeting people who are most likely to be looking for change and not so gently encouraging them to make that change in Regina. So we should talk about how we're funded and how all this fits into the discussion around budget. You have a detailed budget in your package, but this one fits on the slide. We're anticipating a total revenue for EDR in 2025 to be about $2.85 million. That can change as partner funding changes or other levels of government or the private sector step in or step out. We'll explain that more in a moment. Our core funding is what we're here to request from you. $2.1 million in 25. It is an increase from what we were granted last year, but it is exactly in line with what we've put forward every year since 2022. Here's what we mean when we talk about EDR's revenue. Core funding, that's you, as laid out in the UMA. Partner contributions, that's what we receive to deliver the very specific programs or events from the province, from the federal government, and private industry. Core funding does not pay for that. The Grow Regina Partnership, the Grow Regina Partnership is the private sector investment program we started last summer. As I mentioned, we can't sell memberships into EDR like other ECDEV agencies can, but we can have partners. This program is the latest evolution in a long-standing avenue for private industry to support EDR's work. And we keep our funds in a series of rolling GICs that allow us to earn some modest interest income through the year. And here's how it gets allocated. Essentially, all of the core funding from you goes into the existence of EDR and running an independent organization. People rent computers, auditors, lawyers, and printer paper and pens. Last year, we asked for $2 million, and we were approved for 1.69. That meant we adjusted our operating costs to fit, meeting that reduction partly through salary lag and unfilled FTEs. Brand and communications activities include all of the talent attraction work we just talked about, support for investment attraction, putting on events like the Economic Forum we just had in Regina last week, and buying tickets to things like State of the City Address next week. Corporate business development refers to the cost of acquiring and delivering those private investment partners in the Grow Regina Partnership. And growth and investment is all the work related to finding and bringing new capital and new companies to Regina, hosting inbound delegations, our entire entrepreneurship file, and creating a new pathway for startups to connect and stay in this city. In our data unit, while we produce most of the work we do in-house, we also rely on market research firms and subscription services to provide us with the raw data, which we then analyze and publish at a very local level. Here's how it all works. Almost all of those other sources of funding we have very specific projects they fund. None of them can, by definition, include the cost of operating EDR. That is all core funding. We use a small amount of core funding to support some of our brand and comms work, mostly around showing up in the community where you would expect us to, and maintaining a corporate digital presence. But all that work on talent, attraction, and telling Regina's story, for example, that's coming from somewhere else. Other levels of government or private sector partners have funded that so far. It's even more specific when it comes to investment attraction and local business support. Every dollar that goes into this work comes from another level of government or private sector partners. Core funding from you currently pays $0 for activities here. Likewise with business development. This is just a closed loop for the Grow Regina Partnership. And finally, worth noting that all funding sources either require or receive as a part of the agreement the benefits and products and access to our data and analytics unit. Everyone we deal with sees value in that and wants a part of it. We need to understand this slide. We don't have to like it. I certainly don't, but we do need to understand it. In the past 3 years, I have learned a universal truth about our city and our work. It's that Regina has to work harder than every other city it competes with for people, investment, and growth. I think we all know that, and I think we'll all outwork anybody. We will at EDR, I promise you that. As a percentage of revenue, you can see the city supports EDR and economic development as well as anyone. But percentage doesn't pay the bills or fund programs. From an operating dollar perspective, we are not competitive, and there are no Regina discounts to doing the work that we do. It costs the same to go on a trade mission, host an investor, or create a business growth program for startups and entrepreneurs as it does my counterpart in Winnipeg. If I thought it was a good idea to show up here today and ask for $4 million to put us in the same league as these example cities, I would have done that. I know there's not an appetite for that, but we will eventually have to have a conversation about revenue models if we want to compete at the scale our competitor jurisdictions are. But for now in 2025, we're going to deliver everything I just showed you and some others. New and deeper data products, a new and targeted incentive program that we can use to attract businesses inside the city, a brand new entrepreneur support program for those high potential companies that want to grow and scale in Regina, our talent attraction strategy, stay tuned for that. And EDR is going to lead the development and design for the next big annual industry event, in Regina. We're going to be active, we're going to be proud, and we're going to be strategic as we tell Regina's story in places across Canada and around the world. It's time to get serious and deliberate about that because we risk being overshadowed and we are being outspent. But we won't be outworked. I know we have a mill rate issue and a challenge, but economic development is part of that solution, not part of that problem. And with that, we're happy to take questions.
Thank you. Oh yes, they do. There are lots of questions waiting for you. Now, first up is Councillor Sicklees, or, sorry, one sec. Yes, that's accurate. Please go ahead. Sorry, one sec. I'm pressing your mic, but it won't turn on. I'll keep trying. There we go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question to our cheerleader-in-chief. I, for one, am a big supporter of what you're doing, especially so since you're doing it on what appears to be a shoestring budget compared to our closest neighbors. I am wondering what this membership piece is. I never thought about that before. What impact does that make, and why are we not able to sell memberships when others do?
Yeah, it's a good question. Thank you, through the chair. The nature of the UMA really dictates sort of how we operate and what we're allowed to do and what we're not. As one shareholder, and it stipulates we have one voting member, and that's you. And the inability to sell memberships either as voting members or capital members, which we wouldn't do. But it really just lays out the fact that that is not an avenue open to us. So instead of that, we do have a very active partner program that I think, you approach that as a very different program than you would as a membership-based program. But right now, we do not have the ability to bring members into EDR. We have one, and that's you.
Is that something you'd like to have?
It's a good question. I don't know. I think we operate under the terms we're given. I think we've done a pretty good job of bringing private investment into the organization currently. So,
yeah,
I think we're doing okay on that. If it was useful, I think we'd certainly pursue it. I think Tina wants to say something.
Through you, Madam Chair. One thing I'd like to note on that point about memberships is that the history of the organization has changed over the many years. And so to note that there used to be an organization in the city that was membership-based. About 5 years, my tenure now is 7 years, so I'm getting a little bit, I guess, long in the tooth, as people would say. But the revenue generation models for the organization had been looked at about 5 years ago. And Dave, I'm looking at you because I believe that you were even part of that process that we went through. And so to Chris's point at the end of his presentation this morning is that if we need to generate more revenue to accomplish the objectives of our city and the greater Regina area, we will have to look at revenue models, including membership as one of those models. And so I think I'm proud to say as the chair of the board that our management team is very agile and is really good at coming up with solution-oriented recommendations, and so those types of things would be considered.
What are the pluses and minuses of a membership model?
That is a great question, through the chair. So I think touch points are an advantage. You invite people to be inside the tent, and people feel, or organizations feel, like they're obviously connected directly to the organization. I would say a detractor argument to that is that then you have to manage a bunch of members, and that requires some infrastructure and some reverse touch points. So you kind of have to make good on that model. I think, just financially, quite honestly, I would rather sell $10,000, $25,000 partnerships that we have done rather than sell $100, $500 memberships from just a management of that cohort.
Thanks for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sicklees. Okay, next I have Councillor Bizo. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you through the chair. A few questions that I have. With the function of EDR, we're focusing on Regina. What about expanding the entire economic development region to include our local RMs and GTH? You know, right now there's a lot of expansion happening out in those areas too. So we've got duplication of services like out in different regions fighting for the same investment dollar from the business community coming in. What would a partnership arrangement look like, and how do you take that off to include Edenwald, RM, Sherwood, GTH, all the way out to, call it Moose Jaw, for an example? You know, pool in a bigger geographical zone for, you know, attracting some bigger businesses as well too. What does that look like?
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. I would get into this and we would clear the afternoon on this particular topic. So EDR currently in its UMA has a mandate to operate regionally. You ask us to work and grow the economy, all the things we do both inside and outside of the city limits. What we don't have is any kind of formalized structure to do that. So while our mandate says grow the region, and we do, there's no formal structure to really direct how that works. So in the absence of that, we have individual partnership agreements with organizations like the GTH. So we work very closely with the GTH. And also individual organizations in our, I would maybe call it a sphere of influence. We have an active partnership, an economic development partnership with Moosomin. We're going to be working on one directly with Moose Jaw. In the absence of an accepted regional governance structure, we sort of do these as one-offs where the opportunities present themselves. So again, it's one of those issues that we're going to have to get right with sooner rather than later, or maybe eventually. But right now, if I knock on the door of White City or Emerald Park and ask them to be a partner, an investment partner in economic development work that we're doing, they would question me because right now they're getting it for free. And they're doing some of their own too. Like I don't want to make it sound like this is somehow conflictual. We'll work with anybody that wants to work with us around attracting and investing, growth and investment.
Yeah, the way I look at it, we've got like these microeconomies going on, and if we get rid of the microeconomy and focus on the geographic zone, you know, everyone can pull some money together, be Emerald Park, White City, or whatever, for their economic development, pull it all together into, you know, the region. Now, is that something that you would champion, or how would that kick off? Because we heard terms of partnerships, but partnerships is a piece of paper, a handshake, and going for a coffee with no real substance to actually get something done. So what does that look like, and actually to get something done? Like, what do you need from us to champion a bigger economic zone that goes all the way out to Moosomin, all the way out to...
Yeah, it's a great question. Through the chair, I might point to the model that Saskatoon uses. I don't know that it's, you know, it's perfect, but it's a model that's different than ours. They're regional as well, and in return for the investment from its surrounding communities into that model, they all have seats on the board. So they're actually part of the direction of the organization. Again, our UMA is very strict. It doesn't allow that. It sets out exactly who's on our board and how we fill that process. So that's not really a model that we could replicate currently. So maybe I don't have a direct answer for you. I think there's other models out there that are regional and they require some level of governance change and a little bit of direction from other levels of government to be able to do that. I think it's a great project to work on for the balance of 2025 because we're going to need it.
Is that something we can, through the chair, that we put on like some takeaways and say, hey, part of the KPIs for asking for more money for next year, bring us what this bigger picture looks like, bring us more regional economics versus the microeconomics?
I think it's a great project for us to model a couple different ways it could work. I think I might leave the intergovernmental work between the city and the RMs to this group, or maybe the mayor's office, or maybe administration, that we have to work on a like-to-like basis. So what I would suggest is we can do a lot of good work on presenting a couple different workable models for regional economic development. But the work of getting the governments and the leaders in those jurisdictions aligned has to happen at a like-to-like level.
Okay, thank you. And one more follow-up question, kind of a little bit off off from that question, how many vacant jobs did you mention? I said there's 1,000 vacant positions out there, or what is for the vacant positions that you mentioned? And you mentioned a salary range between $75,000 and $100,000.
Yeah, so there's, on any given day, there's about somewhere between 2,500 and 3,000 jobs open in the Regina CMA, which is essentially the greater Regina area. Now, I would say about half of those jobs are kind of entry-level, hourly, or part-time workers, but half of them aren't. Half of them are career track, you know, mid to high-level jobs, either in trades or professional services. That's sort of the key that we focus on, and that we will be focusing on in the talent attraction piece, because they are the most immediately economically valuable to the city. Those are usually jobs that people will take or be interested in and bring a family with them, and a working partner as well. So those are the kind of jobs and the kind of openings that allow us to move the needle in the shortest amount of time.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bezo. Next, Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
Hi. I was wondering how you do your measurables and determine your stats and numbers of your economic impact. I guess those would be your KPIs, to quote the key performance indicators. But how do you come up with the numbers? Like, I noticed it says like 100 million in economic activity for local businesses. Where do those stats come from?
Sure. So a couple different ways to measure the kind of impact that we do. So there is the rolled up economic impact work that we do. I will make a note of caution around economic impact numbers, is that we get asked to do this a lot by a lot of different organizations, and sometimes we do it ourselves too. The economic impact of doing anything will be something. And so it is maybe the start of a conversation, not the end, I would say, in terms of like what a KPI or what a reason for doing something is. When we talk about internally KPIs for us, we really focus on I'll use investment attraction as an example. Are we qualifying, of all the leads we get, it's like a triangle. We have a lot of them at the bottom, and then as we work through our qualification stage, are we doing a good job of throwing out the ones that aren't ready, or we'll park them and maybe they'll be ready when different economic circumstances come or they're better business. But are we consistently moving through a system where we're having fewer leads, but the ones we do have are ultimately more actionable? So for an example, I would like to always have probably around 50 active leads in our pipeline. I would like to have 6 to 8 that might land here within a calendar year. And I think we're there. I think that's the process we use. I don't know that the size or potentially the economic impact of any one of those companies I would consider a KPI. We're really looking for companies that want to locate here, either lease some office space, build a building, and hire some people. Those are very economically important companies for us, less so on what the economic impact is. So maybe that's a very microcosm view of how we view KPIs.
Okay, so those economic impact numbers are used quite a bit in all of our reports, not just this one, and with other organizations. So would you say they're not a great measure?
No, I think they're very, sorry, through the chair, I think they're a very important measure. I just think it needs to be viewed in the context of other decision-making apparatus. Like, we often get asked to produce an economic impact analysis, like it's the period on the end of the sentence, and I would prefer it to be viewed as the capital letter at the beginning of the sentence.
Okay, so when we're looking at all these reports, not just yours,
yeah,
and we're talking about the economic development of our city, Regina, what would you recommend us looking at to, like, when we're looking at not just this one, but all of them, how do we know how we're affecting our community?
Yeah, I think it depends, through the chair. I think it depends on each individual instance. You'll have, as you work through a budget, you'll have allocations around, we just saw through community and social well-being. I mean, you could do an economic impact analysis of that, but I don't think it tells you the whole story of what you're trying to do with the dollars you're allocating to it. There's social impact measurements. There's you know, from a recreation master plan area, the city will be asked to do many things that require lots of dollars, and economic impact will be part of it, but that is not the entirety of why you would do or not do one of those projects or allocate those dollars, and I think that's essentially what I'm advocating here, is use the information, the analysis that can be provided, but I don't know how much economic impact analysis you want out of Project X that makes it enough, because the problem with these reports is it will always be something.
Okay, and then I did notice a lot in your presentation and the way that you're talking. There's a lot of, I think you say hunting. I'm a little concerned you're hunting people, but save that for the goats. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. How much international investment and how much attraction you are going after? We talk a lot about that. So I want to know a little bit about local businesses and new businesses here which are being developed in Regina, and how you impact that, because that is sort of not talked about.
Yeah, through the chair, it's talked about in our entrepreneurship strategy and our programs in the presentation. If anybody had a chance to flip through our State of Small Business report that we released about a week and a half ago, you're exactly right, Councillor. Local and small business are 98% of what makes up Regina's economy. They're worth $4 billion to the city every year. And there are, so we are resilient. We're very dependent, but it is a very resilient subsector of the economy here. But there are some warning signs. There are some warning signs that we are crafting programs specifically to get in front of. The first one is that 17% of small businesses in Regina are 1 to 2 months away from closing based on financial pressures. Margins are too small, inflation's gone up, so that's a problem. One of the other warning signs is that 77% of businesses plan on transitioning ownership or out of business altogether in the next decade, and only 9% of them have a plan how to do it. So that's a huge risk for us, because that's such an important part of the sort of the local vibrancy of what our economy would be, is that there's a huge gap between people planning to get out and how they're going to do it in a way that keeps that business open. And so the programs that we've outlined today, one is is a more assertive and aggressive way to get in front of students before they graduate high school and present to them the opportunities that local business ownership can present as a career to them. That becomes more important for us. And on the back end, developing an entrepreneur and business owner support program that helps companies that are in kind of a dangerous stage. They're not quite established, but they're well past sort of the growth and startup stage. And that is a very dangerous stage for companies, particularly in Regina, because other cities and investment funds will hunt those companies from us, and they are. And so those companies will go where there's a soft landing program for them. They'll go to Calgary, or they'll go to Toronto, or go to Vancouver. And we have nothing here today that we can deploy that allows us to be competitive with that. Those are important companies for us because those are the companies that are trying to hire people, lease office space, or build a building. And so that's a program outlined here today that we're working with the federal government on funding because we know it's important, because the research tells us it's important.
You also mentioned your focus was sort of on those career-driven jobs, and I'm pretty happy that you mentioned the social economic benefits, because the other jobs, your senior entry-level jobs, when those are filled, it does take less pressure off of our social services as well. And there are also tons of things to do with, especially with the Saskatchewan Accessibility Act being developed, the Regina Accessibility Act, about diversity, inclusion, and accessibility. And those low entry jobs would take less load off of our other programs. So I would say they are almost equally as valuable in that direction, and I'm glad that you brought social impact into the equation.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that comment, Councillor, and through the chair. I think every job is crucially important. We wouldn't be in a bit of a labor or workforce crisis if we had the luxury of picking and choosing what jobs are maybe more important in their own way to the city, but that's not the state we're in today. And so that's why we need some action. That's why we need a bit of a program to start filling the gaps. That's what we hear when we poll local business owners, whether it's small business or whether it's big industry. And we asked them, what is the one thing an economic development agency can help you with? It's talent and workforce.
And then, sorry, I have a few questions. The other was, I was wondering if you have developed any partnerships with our friendship or sister cities in terms of those economic things. I know that both of those friendship and sister cities are hoping to go on delegations and things, and it seems like that would be a good match.
Well, I appreciate the question. Through the chair, we actually haven't. I have no current connections with our sister cities. I think I saw it was something you put out this week. I learned what they were for the first time. So
Well-
not to say that we're not interested, but I think we're coming from a place of curiosity and enthusiasm for that.
Well, I can say they're very interested, so we'll get you connected. And then, what was the other one? Sorry. Okay. And then I'm going to ask you the toughest question, which is the reaction to the current state with the tariffs and the United States and switching gears, and how you see a response to that and your role within it.
Absolutely. So thank you for that question through the chair. We saw this coming in November, obviously, when everybody else did, when the president announced it. And immediately we set to work on building what would a U.S. engagement strategy look like to be delivered from EDR. So we spent some time building that. We spent time consulting with industry and business around, again, what avenues would a local ECDEV agency be able to pursue, to be able to either insulate our local business from this or advocate elsewhere. And we worked with our partners at the provincial level as well, through trade and export development, around marshaling resources in a collaborative way to make sure that, again, we're attacking this problem in a like-for-like scenario. So what are the kind of avenues that we have, levers that we can pull with agencies like ours that have some influence in the United States? So this U.S. engagement strategy is part of a current funding proposal in front of the provincial government, and it includes advocacy and activation in in Saskatchewan's largest trading partner states, around making sure they know the value of the companies and the products that get produced here in Regina in southern Saskatchewan. And then on the local side, it's working with large industries and employers to understand what they need to be able to weather any future imposition of tariffs so that they can be as resilient as possible. I think I've said this in the media before, but immediately it would cause about $175 million if those tariffs were implemented. Over time, that number gets much worse, because what happens is as production slows, people get laid off, and the worst case scenario is that production shifts to U.S. facilities. Most of the major processors or manufacturers that export to the United States from Regina already have existing U.S. facilities, partly because it makes sense in their economic model, but partly for this reason, to de-risk the opportunity of a policy getting in the way of the business. So once production shifts to the U.S., it is extremely hard to get it back. So we're working with local businesses to make sure that there's a level of resiliency there that we can help with. And then, like I said, an active U.S. engagement strategy. We're not going to let anybody forget how important Regina and Saskatchewan is to our trading partners south of the border.
Councillor Turnbull, I have 3 others, so. Okay, sorry, I have to turn your mic back on. 1 sec, please.
Just one more question, and I guess this is almost the most important question, is if you were to get status quo budget without your increase, what would change for you?
Well, I think through the chair, I would make the point again that our status quo request has been the same. It's been in and around $2 million for the last 3 years. If you're suggesting that we receive the same funding we received last year, we probably have to talk about filling the vacancies that we currently have open, which we didn't do last year for those reasons. We probably have to continue that. And it probably, here's one of the issues we have. I'll just be very honest, is that we have private funding partners, private sector funding partners that sign on for a 3-year term. Each one of those partners is $25,000 each year for the next 3 years. Other levels of government fund us also on multi-year terms. So the core funding is the only funding that is unsecured and renewed every 12 months. We will be back here in September or October doing this again with you. And so we undercut our ability to be a good partner to the other investors in EDR if we are the last ones to the table in core funding. I can't do as much with the funding that we get, that we chase from other levels of government and private sector if I don't have some believability in what our core operating dollars are so that I can do things with that funding, if that makes some sense. So we lose so maybe to put a fine point on it, we risk losing the capacity to deliver programs like entrepreneur support because that's funded through an outside source and we don't have the capacity to deliver the program that I'm pitching we will. We lose the ability to do the next stage in the talent attraction strategy, which is a 3-year strategy. And so we operate in fits and starts. That's what happens.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. We're going to move now to Councillor Fro. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Chris, great presentation, and I think, through you to your volunteer board of director, I think it's worth noting every time that we get a lot of great and free advice from our community leaders around the board. So Darren and Tina, thanks for today, but also for everything that you do. One budget-related question, then two very questions around alignment. So first, you talked about partnership revenue, and oftentimes, I think when we think of public dollars, we think of the gearing ratio, right? So every dollar the city gives, how you leverage that for private sector dollars. And I think a big thank you to those private sector and institutions in our city that invest into you and invest into our city. So I guess I'm wondering how investment partnership revenue, probably used the wrong word, has fared. I see a revenue goal of around $322K. A big bucket of that appears to be deferred revenue, but I'm wondering how that sort of compares historically, certainly within the context of a pandemic, but also in terms of where you see that going, in terms of your ability to leverage our dollar and raise more.
Yeah, great question through the chair. I might start by saying how important those particular dollars are. We designed this program so that we provide value as a business tool back to these organizations that see value in investing in the work and the deliverables we have. What the dollars do, unlike any other dollars that come into EDR, is they're unassigned. That means we get to use them as the opportunities arise. But they are so important to EDR. Like I mentioned, partner funding has a job. I can't get it unless I spend every dollar on this thing. Core funding is just the cost of operating the business. It builds the house and we got to fill it with furniture. So partner revenue is the little piece we have that allows us to chase opportunities and apply it for outcomes. Historically, as I mentioned, and you were a part of this, Councillor, EDR has a strong private investment program. It's had one for a long time. Private sector understands the value of economic development and has been prepared over the years to support it. I think coming out of the pandemic, it was an opportunity to realize that maybe the value proposition going into the pandemic is different coming out of the pandemic. And EDR had partner revenue, but it was tied to programs that we couldn't really deliver or move forward on delivering because the nature of the business and the nature of the need after the pandemic had changed so much. So, so we were able to remake that partnership in this way. And I think we've got a program here that it's been operating since June. We've got 10 signed or signing partners. So we've raised $250,000 from the private sector in less than a year. I think we will continually add a handful each year. That's the goal. I think as we do more, we deliver more, we become a better and useful place for private sector investment to be. So that's the plan.
Cool, thanks. I think, roughly, I'm not an actuary, but like roughly 40% of your non-administrative costs goes towards securing investment attraction and or talent attraction. And I think we'd all benefit from, some details around the good work you're doing. So I see 2 performance indicators in your presentation, one related to growing the economy, so investment attraction with the benefit of expanding the commercial tax base, and the other a strategy that supports our economy by way of securing talent so our businesses can start and grow and thrive here. Behind those metrics, though, can you give us some insight in terms of what success looks like? So effectively how you've done or what you're aspiring to do specifically?
Yes. So through the chair, as you mentioned, we really distill our goals, our objectives. Are we growing the commercial tax base, and are we landing more people here that empowers the growth of the businesses in the community? So we're just starting on talent attraction, so I don't actually know. I would hesitate to say that we're going to add 2,000 people a year to the city. I think we need to start the strategy and see. Our first job is to get the phone to ring. Are we getting people's attention? Are we competitive enough in the marketplace where we're positioning Regina as a feasible and real option for people who are looking to be dislodged from their current home? I think we've got a product that can do that. I'll tell you in 6 months if it's working. I think from the investment attraction side, again, it's less about having a set target on, say, GDP or tax-based growth, although we'd love to be able to track that. Part of the issue is that, as you know, a lot of the companies that are interested in a place like Regina and Region are interested in the region because that's where the land is. So if I'm out there talking to a manufacturing company about locating in Regina or a biofuels refinery, the chance of them locating inside the city is probably low. And we have to be real about that, and I think that goes to Councillor Bizo's point about a coordinated regional economic development strategy, because we're doing that work. And while we would love to add a new biofuels refinery to the city, some place like the GTH is the place that makes it likely the most successful to be. So we have to think a little bit about where, again, from the hunting perspective, where are the most likely targets, what kind of businesses are they, and why would they be interested in Regina, and where in the region can we put them to make sure they're going to be the most successful. I wouldn't recommend putting a biofuels refinery in Ross Industrial Park. We might be able to make it fit, but it's unlikely that that is a long-term successful plan for that investment.
Well, last question, and I hope as the hunting it turns into sort of shovel-ready projects, that we all celebrate that together and help you. Because my last question is, I think we're honest with ourselves at the local level. We don't set royalty regimes, we don't influence demand for our commodities, we don't influence the price of those commodities. So in terms of what we do influence as a city, with us as your partners here, how do we help you turn those 26 qualified leads, I believe that I read, into shovel-ready projects? What is it that we can do at the city level to take a conversation, which has been vetted now, but turn that into a project? Thank you.
Yeah, great question, and I couldn't have asked it better myself. Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, this is why we're so insistent on the creation and administration of some kind of incentive program. So what this municipality does not have is anything that we show up to the room with other than our charm and good looks to get people to come to Regina. And so other jurisdictions, everywhere from Saskatoon to Calgary to Swift Current to Red Deer, have programs that allow agencies like mine, when you are asking us to be a sales agency, to make a sale and to help get a deal done. Right now, we rely entirely on external forces or external programs at the provincial or federal level to do that work for us. And every time that we don't have something to add to that deal structure, we relinquish our ability to influence it. And so when I talk at its most basic terms, the creation and implementation of a tax abatement strategy to bring companies from other places inside city limits is a massive tool that has worked demonstrably well in a place like Saskatoon. In the past 10 years, they've added 3 agri-food processors inside city limits that use that program. I don't know that we would pass that up if we had that same opportunity, if we had the same tool.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Siklis, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm concerned that we have all these jobs that are available that we can't fill. So I have a question about the education piece. It's not in your business plan. This isn't a criticism, it's a question. Is there a way that we can work with our university to try and build partnerships there in terms of upgrading people's skills? Not just through a degree, but through a diploma program or any kind of certificate that can get these positions filled. Because I think you said if we fill those positions, it would boost the economy by
$500 million.
$500 million. So, I mean, that's a $500 million question. How can we do that?
It's great. Again, couldn't have asked the question better myself, Councillor. Through the chair, a couple things. One, yes, the answer is yes. And we have representation on our board from Sask Poly specifically to help influence how we as an economic development agency can help workforce development, which is the next stage of talent attraction. We need all the help we can get for those jobs. It is education, it's reskilling, it's Indigenous engagement, it's interprovincial migration, it's international migration, it's accessibility and workforce and work placement programs for people with disabilities. It's all of it. There is not one single silver bullet that's going to solve that. What we have is an engaged post-secondary that understands the need, I think, and especially in the case of Sask Poly, a very nimble and market-receptive view of how to build its programming. I think we saw that when they developed the ag technician program in Moose Jaw, for example. They saw a need for that. If we were going to be serious about being an ag and ag tech hub in this part of the world, we needed the educational supports to do it, and they created a program. So, all to say that from a post-secondary perspective, the answer is yes. We are working continually with our post-secondary institutions on that, but it is a bigger question than just a single ECDEV agency. You're right. Now you're talking about an entire workforce development program that eventually and ultimately should be what we're aiming for.
My second question is about the Greater Regina Economic Area Team, or GREAT. You're welcome. Can we would it be helpful to strike some sort of new committee that can explore this, where we include people from around Regina?
Through the chair, I often say at EDR, we like people who like us. If there's a group of people in the region that want to get together and talk about this, we would be very happy to advance that or host it. I see, again, I point out, we do this work in sort of clinical, surgical ways when we know that there's an opportunity with a town like Moosomin or there's a town like Moose Jaw that is very excited to work with us from an ECDEV to ECDEV agency. I'll give you an example. The Moose Jaw opportunity is really about realizing the mutual benefit to knocking this F-35 investment from the federal program, from the federal government out of the park, with 15 Wing and the training program that's going to happen with aviation and fighter pilot training there. Mm-hmm. There's an entire aviation cloud of business and opportunity that's going to come from that. And while the money for the training will be spent in Moose Jaw, the ancillary development of that industry should and will happen in Regina if we get in front of it. And so Moose Jaw and us, from an ECDEV perspective, are a team on that.
Thank you, Councillor Stiglitz. Okay, we have at least 3 more speakers, so I am going to suggest that we take our lunch break now. Just one moment. Okay, so then we will be back at 1:05. Hopefully that gives you enough time to find something to eat.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. So please find your seats. Okay. We now have questions from Councillor Radin.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Please go
Hi
ahead.
there. Thank you so much for being here, and thanks for the presentation. So I just have to refresh myself on what I wanted to ask you here. You had mentioned earlier that there are incentive programs that other cities have offered, and you listed quite a few of them. I remember Saskatoon, Calgary, Red Deer, et cetera. And so I'm just kind of wondering if it's possible for you to provide maybe a comparison or some of the incentive programs that they offer in those areas that maybe we can look at. I mean, it doesn't have to be now, or, you know, just something for us to maybe consider, you know, as we go forward. So just to break down what they're doing, like what are the effects, how is it working, what benefits their city. And so that's my ask, and so, yeah, that's
Yeah,
about it.
through the chair, we've done that work. We can share it. We have, part of that is in the competitive analysis that we shared with you as part of your briefing book, but there's a separate specific comparator between incentive programs that would help formulate the basis of the work of the ones that would work here. So we can send that along for sure to all council.
Thank you, Councillor Radins. Councillor okay. There we go,
Okay.
Councillor Rasevich.
Yeah, through the chair, it's funny, my question was along the same lines. Because I think the other name you call it soft landing program? Yeah, so are there some incidents did it happen where because we didn't have this in place that you lost some deals that could have came here?
Through the chair, that's always a tricky question.
I hear
It's
you.
tough to sort of prove a negative. You know, what I can say is we have worked with companies that their first choice would be Regina. They're either from here or their technology was developed here. This is where they want to go. And we've lost 2 of them in the past 12 months to Calgary. Not because there was anything specifically that we didn't do, but because there was positive action that Calgary was able to take through its either ECDEV agency or its soft landing programs that just make it so attractive.
Yeah.
And quite honestly, what we're dealing with there, and I don't recommend this here for us, I think we will lose a dollar for dollar war with a place like Alberta. They just slide money across the table. So here's $20,000 non-dilutive. Good luck hiring your people and leasing your office.
Okay. Okay. And I guess, so there's different, obviously, like Councilor Radins, so there's different, I guess, different programs, but a lot of them, are they sort of tax incentive based?
Yeah, through the chair, you know, there's the most, I think, attainable one, or one that would have the least amount of you know, process to build is a tax abatement one. It's the model that Saskatoon has used for more than a decade. And it really is sort of scaled to the size of the investment and sort of hiring intentions, and sort of you scale each proposal within that program based on a series of economic factors. And then that corresponds to a level of tax incentivization.
Okay. Are there any you're talking to now that would, something like this, if it was in place, could help?
Through the chair, there are definitely, I would say 2 or 3 of our active leads that we know that they're shopping other jurisdictions as well.
Okay.
Our great advantage here in this kind of work is that if we're proactive enough, we can be the first, and then it's kind of up to them to break up with us in the process. Like, someone else has to prove a better deal.
Yeah.
We're pretty good at that. I give a lot of credit to the provincial governments and its very assertive plan around investment attraction and how it kind of wraps supportive arms around those particular targets. And then we really show up as a curator of the experience of what it would be like to invest and build a company in and around Regina. And once you've got those kind of 2 steps working for you, it becomes pretty hard, it has to be a pretty good deal for them to go somewhere else. So, but having said that, we know, like last summer, a couple of the companies we toured and did site selection work for here, their next stop was North Dakota. And so they'll look and see it. At the end of the day, that becomes a business decision, and we can be as likable as we want, but if
Yeah.
we're not going to compete with that, we're just not.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. I don't see others. I do have a couple, some of my own. Okay. Can you, I just want to think about like the value for investment that we've had. So back in, with this past year, 2024, what would you consider, if you had to think of maybe like 3 of the most beneficial outcomes you achieved with your work this past year? I don't know if you have that ready off the top of your head. Surprise. What would you say they were?
Maybe I'll pick, through the chair, one outcome like per business unit we have. So from the data and analytics side, I could go on and on about what that unit is being able to produce. But maybe I'll talk about the work that we were asked to engage in with city administration around office policy and incentivization there. That was a big project for us that we were happy to be consulted on, and really I think we were able to add some value and some depth around comparative research. We were able to provide administration and then obviously you as the shareholder real-time comparative data around if you want to change what downtown looks like in terms of office policy and incentivization. Here's some places that are doing it well. Here's some places where they've run aground on it, and then really help distill what the benefits you're trying to do with that. So that was maybe one. Another one, maybe from the investment attraction lens, is we put on an event last year, the Bioeconomy Investment Forum, which was the first of its kind, and it was a gathering of investors, so capital from across Canada and the United States, potential projects all around bio-based products, whether that's biofuels or bioplastic, biocharcoal, for example, all investment-ready projects, and we brought them together, and we showcased Regina as the best place to be able to do that, not just from a business standpoint, but from a knowledge economy standpoint, from a workforce development standpoint. And out of that conference, 3 new partnerships were formed that are actively pursuing developing a project here in Regina that wouldn't have otherwise happened. And then from maybe a brand and comms perspective, I know we're only really kind of releasing the talent attraction stuff right now, but the bulk of that work happened last year. We were ready to go with this in the fall, and that is really a deliverable from the storytelling perspective. That, again, is it would be the first ever time that Regina has been outside of this market talking about how great Regina is and motivating people to live here. So we've done some first evers in the last year that I'm really proud of, and I think we're set up to continue to do them and deliver them.
Great. And speaking of your future plans, I had a question about elaborating how your budget request is consistent with EDR's original funding request. I don't know if you feel that you've given that enough context or if there's more you want to give. But you also said, like, since 2022, and then reflects the organization's increased scope of activities. So you've touched on that some. I'm just wondering, in terms of context for the mostly new council, is there anything else that you're wanting to clarify in relation to previous budget requests or your increased scope of activities?
Yeah, I appreciate the question and the opportunity, Madam Chair. Really, it gets presented, I know, as an increase over budget from last year, and it is, but it's not an increase over the request for the last 3 years. One of the first jobs that I had when I took on this role is working with the board and the staff to understand what is sort of a post-pandemic economic development agency that would be most useful to the city. How is that built? What does it do? What's its scope? We obviously had the discussion at that time and some actions around where tourism lives, And it allowed us to be really laser focused on what the outcomes and and how we build the infrastructure of a modern economic development agency. So through all of that, and through all of the things that we wanted to do, we've been talking about talent attraction. That was the first thing we learned because that was the first thing that industry was telling us. So we knew we had to make some action there. We put the funding to do that work into the original budgets that have been presented to the shareholder in the past 3 years. And through the course of funding or not, we were just able to continue to do that work thanks to other funding programs at other levels of government. I think it's important to really understand that we've done a pretty good job of finding other avenues and positioning the work we do in a way that makes other funders see value in that work. We won't ever stop doing that. I think what it allows us to do is increase the depth and breadth and continuity of the programs we're about to deliver. All of the things I'm talking to you about today are not started and finished in a 12-month fiscal cycle. That is not the nature of economic development work. And so we are, I think, a little bit disingenuous every time we talk about a 12-month funding cycle for operating an agency like this. None of our, as I mentioned before, none of our other funding partners are single fiscal funding partners. And so the ability for us, and I'll put a fine point on it, the funding request is for a minimum viable product for an economic development agency.
Okay.
If you choose to fund us in another way, at a different amount, we'll have to go find a way to continue to be a minimum viable product for you.
Okay. I have 2 more questions. One of them I think is just yes or no. We'll see. In the package, it notes that your funding request would mean a 26 cents per month increase for the average Regina household. Is that accurate?
Yes.
There we go. It was yes or no.
I took
Next,
the hint.
and I think last one, is I think you were kind of alluding to this in your previous answer. Aside from your budget request, is there any non-monetary support that we can offer you as your sole shareholder? And so I suspect you're going to talk about this 1-year funding commitment in your response.
Again, yes, thank you for the question, and I will keep it short, but that's exactly it. I think whatever the shareholder decides on funding and budgets, equally as important as the dollars for us, is going to be able to have some consistency where we approach programs and partnerships that are multi-year, that if we have the confidence or the ability to know in whether it's a 3 or 5 year commitment, that we have a base operating level that we can then build other investments around and other program delivery around. This year is an awkward year because of the timing of this particular budget, but I'll point out again, we'll be back here in October doing this exact same conversation when all of our other funding partners and programs are set for the next 2 years.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you. I don't see others indicating they have questions, so I will ask that you please return to the gallery.
Thank you.
We will now consider EX 25-10, 2025 budget submission from Economic Development Regina. Can I have the city manager, I believe? No, again, we're going to go with Darren Anderson, our, do I call you our CFO? I don't think that's officially your title. But if you can introduce the report and tell me if I'm wrong, that you are Chief Financial Officer.
Hey, Deputy Mayor, I am the CFO, so that's my official title, but thank you. So, the City of Regina works with service partners like Economic Development Regina. You've heard from EDR today detailing their 2025 business plans and 2025 grant requests. The deliberation and approval of the grant request is undertaken as part of the Council's consideration and approval of the overall general fund operating budget. As a result, once discussed at the Executive Committee, the budget submission is referred to the 2025 budget process for future budget deliberation by City Council. As part of the grant funding request, EDR is requesting funding of funding of $2.1 million for 2025, representing a net increase of $405,000 over 2024.
Thank you. Is that, okay, I do see some, okay, I see questions from members. However, I do need somebody to move the report, so we'll start with whoever wishes to move it. Councillor Stiglitz, do you wish to speak?
Oh, moving the report.
Right, but you get the chance to speak first if you wish to.
No,
Okay.
thanks.
And you'll also have the opportunity to close if you wish. Councillor Fro, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just quickly, through the chair, Darren, if you have it, it's fine offline if you don't. I'm curious as to the budget request this year from EDR compared to the last year when they had tourism, before tourism was moved to Rio, and that can be provided offline as well unless you have it in front of you.
I don't have that in front of me. We'll have to get that number for you.
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Through the chair, I would say, so last year tourism was actually with Rio and transferred to the city, so it was not with EDR. And I'll get Chris to give me a nod, yes or no, but I believe that EDR asked for $2 million last year, but was only given 1.7.
Sorry, the question, and I'm fine with it being provided offline, is the last time that tourism was held within EDR, as in they were together, what was the budget allocation core to that entity, and how does that relate to the ask today? But
Through the chair, I'd have to get that offline. But I would say that every time tourism has been moved from one entity to another, their entire budget has been moved. So when it moved from EDR to Rio, tourism and the budget moved with it. And then when it moved from tourism into the city, tourism and the corresponding budget moved with it. So it's always followed it. Thank you.
Okay, I now see Councillor Turnbull. Please go ahead.
I guess since we're talking about tourism, how many staff does tourism have compared, like, just looking at?
Councillor Turnbull, that would be more relevant
okay.
when we're talking about the city budget.
Okay, got it. Sorry. I think that was my question, though. And then, do we have much for overlap in services with EDR in our portfolio?
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Through the chair, I would say we do not have a lot of overlap. I would say we have a lot of collaboration. Mr. Lane and I meet together and chat regularly, and I would say that the work that we do complements each other.
Perfect. I think that was it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions. So, Councillor Stiglitz, did you wish to close the debate with any comments or questions?
No comments. I wish to close debate.
Thank you. So I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
We will now be moving on to delegations related to EX 25-11, which is the Regina Public Library 2025 budget submission. We are going to start with a delegation from the library. We do have potentially one more, but they're not available yet, so we will start with the library board, the library delegation, which is Jeff Barber, Cindy Kobayashi, and Curtis Smith. So I will have you introduce yourselves for the record, the organization you are representing, and where you live, and you'll have approximately 10 minutes to address executive committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have for you. So I've turned on all three of your mics, and whenever you are ready, you can go ahead and get started.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the Regina Public Library 2025 mill rate request. I am Cindy Kobayashi, a member of the Regina Public Library Board of Directors, and with me I have Jeff Barber, Library Director and CEO, as well as Curtis Smith, Executive Director of Finance and Strategy. I want to start off our presentation on a high note, and I promise I'm going to end on one as well. We had a great year in 2024. We saw significant upticks in many of our services over 2023. More active library card users, more visits to our locations, increases in programming attendance, more people using our digital media studio, more ebooks being borrowed than ever, and more people seeing movies in our film theater. We've always known that people of Regina love their libraries, and the people of Regina are using their libraries. We are making a difference in their lives. We want to keep providing great services to our great city, and that's why we're here today. This year, we're requesting a mill rate increase of 4.58% to cover the continued operations of the library. Over the years, we have been keeping our mill rate intentionally low to lessen the impact. Our average yearly increase over the past 10 years has been 2.25%. That is not a sustainable practice, and we find ourselves falling short. We need to increase our revenue to address that pressure. 4.58% is not a percentage of the city's mill rate, just to be clear. It is a percentage of the library's mill rate. It's equivalent to 0.42% of the city's mill rate, about 80 cents per month for the average homeowner. That's $9.60 per year for a home worth about $315,000. People with larger homes will pay a little more, smaller homes will pay a little less. But for a lot of Reginians, it's cheaper than buying a paperback novel. In fact, borrow 2 paperback novels from the library and you've made your money back. I'll dive a little deeper into our primary expenses. Like the city, a significant portion of our budget goes to salaries. This is one reason why a mill rate as low as 2.25% is not sustainable. We are also investing in new technology to support cybersecurity. In the past few years, public library systems in Toronto, Calgary, Seattle, and the British Library in London, England, have fallen victim to cyber attacks and have taken months to get back up and running. This has had a huge impact on their ability to serve their communities. Safety and security at our branches in Central Library is also a significant expense for us. We want to be sure that we have what we need to keep our customers and the community safe. Our capital will decrease by $128,000 to address initial Central Library costs, and we also contribute to 3 main reserve funds for future projects. As you can see, our budget is made up primarily from taxpayer dollars. And I want to pause for a moment to tell you how seriously we take this as a board and as an organization. We are using the public's money to pay for services that the public wants and needs. That's not something we take lightly. We respect that it's people's hard-earned cash, and we think about that as we make our decisions. You'll see we also have some revenue from the Government of Saskatchewan, and we have other funding from donations, grants, and self-generated revenue. So that's a brief look at our operations budget and our request for an operational mill rate increase of 4.58%. Let's move now to the mill rate increase for Central Library renewal. As you're aware, a special mill rate of 5.5% every year for 5 years was approved in principle last July. And now that needs to be formalized. A 5.5% mill rate for this project will cost the average homeowner 96 cents per month. That's $11.52 per year. In trying to quantify that amount, we looked into business services similar to what is currently being offered at Central. One-on-one advice from a career coach is about $125 an hour. Career consultation will run you about $69 a session, and business-related learning programs will cost about $35 a piece. If you go to Central Library, you can access these services and so much more for no extra charge. In 2024, the total amount of new salaries earned by people who got jobs after getting career help from us was $1.3 million. So there's no additional fees to take these programs, but the rewards are endless. I'm sure councillors have heard questions about renovating the current building, and of course we have to. Renovating is an option. It's not off the table. However, it will take a lot to renovate the building. Our most pressing issues are the roof, electrical, and boilers, which will cost between $3 million and $5 million. However, any changes we make will create a chain reaction of additional changes required. For example, if we decide to replace a boiler, we have to change its location, as the current one is under the sidewalk, and that is a code violation. We could install a new one on the roof, but we need a new roof first. That's one of a few such examples. If we fix all the issues, and everything appears to be running as it should, we're still left with an aging building that was built to house books, not a building whose primary purpose should be to provide community services, spaces, and technology to inspire discovery, learning, and connection. If there's a developer who thinks that it's in our best interest to renovate and they have a proposal that would meet our needs, we would consider it. In July 2024, when City Council approved debt funding for the project along with agreement in principle for a 5.5% dedicated mill rate increase every year for 5 years, it was an indicator to developers and to potential funders that the project was finally moving forward. Once Council approved those numbers, our developers confirmed that yes, they were prepared and excited to help us with the new Central Library. So we started work on the procurement process. To date, we have spent $800,000 plus $1.6 million in contract commitments to start the process for a new Central Library. If we pause now, it will end up costing us a lot more. We will continue spending money to fix and repair the current building. The developers and funders who expressed interest in the project will disappear because they don't believe it will happen, and the money we've spent will be for naught. And we will watch as construction and other costs increase. We must continue this project. The project itself will also bring gains. In 2020, with the adoption of our needs assessment and project plan, essentially the business plan for the new library, we estimated that the projected capital expenditure will generate one-time impacts of approximately $93.8 million of gross domestic product, or value add to the Canadian economy. $69 million of that will be kept in Saskatchewan, while $25 million will go to other Canadian provinces. We expect the project will result in 625 full-time equivalent jobs, 463 of which will be in Saskatchewan. Again, those are 2020 numbers, so they have changed slightly in the past 5 years, but that gives you an estimated amount of potential gains. People are talking about a new Central Library. We've heard from excited customers, stakeholders, and community members about their belief in the need for a new Central. Late last year, an external research company conducted a survey of adults in Regina about the new Central Library. Of those surveyed, 71% of households had at least one person living there who uses the library. 75% believe a new Central Library is important. 63% support investment in a new Central Library. And 66% believe the project is a great use of public spending. It's great to know that our community continues to be on board with this project, and they're excited about it. There are business leaders who are also very supportive. We asked them to tell us what they thought and created a video to share with you. Oh, okay.
Just to know, we're trying to get the video to work, but after the video, you'll need to, like, that'll be close to the end of your time.
Yeah, I just have a very little bit left. Thank you. Madam Chair, we're okay to continue on if we want to just skip the video and we can share it with council at a later time.
Sure, I think if you can continue on, if they get the video functional, we can do it at the end.
Okay, thank
Otherwise,
you.
yes, we'd love it if you could send it to us.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
So to continue on, we don't want to build a central library like Calgary, Edmonton, or Halifax. We want to build a central library for Regina that meets the needs of our community. What does that mean? One that meets accessibility standards and is accessible to all people, is eco-friendly and green, provides useful resources for our community, has room for a variety of services, holds space for truth and reconciliation and celebrating Indigenous culture, ensures customers feel safe and welcome, and makes our city proud. Wouldn't it be great to see construction cranes once again in downtown Regina, constructing a building that belongs to everyone, one that is welcome to anyone, anytime we're open? We are your good news story. Addressing operational cost increases is necessary for us to continue providing excellent services across the city. Our total mill rate request for central and operating is less than 1% of the city's mill rate. Approving this new mill rate to support the Central Library project will help us expand and improve the services we offer downtown and centrally. Investing in the library is an investment in our community. Thank you. We're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I think we will go ahead and ask you to send the video to us, and that way we can all see it with hopefully no technical difficulties on our own. Okay, so we'll now open it up to questions for the library delegation. Okay, so I see Councillor Burton. Yes? Is that okay? So please go ahead, Councillor Burton.
So I guess through the chair, buildings are getting old. We've got a double whammy here of needing a 4.58% and then a 5.5, and then that compounds over the next few years as well. I guess we're in a tight situation here right now. People are feeling it. And is right now the time that we need to do this? That the end is near? I've got to watch out for sandwich boards marching on the street or something. But could you tell me about that? Because how close are we? Kitty corner from you at the main library is the Saftel building, built in the 50s. Still relevant, still up to date, serves up the internet, serves up cellular. And is the, as you say, we need to do this now, and we got to move the boilers. There's space available just to the west. It's not even a lawn, it's a dirt, a bunch of trees there on the west side of the building. I'd like to ask you about, tell me a bit more about these, why we need to do this right now at this price. And everything's going to get more expensive, I get it. So if you could expand on why we need to do this right now.
Through the chair, thank you very much for that question, and it absolutely is a fair question. And my apologies in advance for a bit of a lengthy answer, but I feel the need to give you a bit of context and a little bit of history to help you understand why we're here today in this position that we're in. I have served on the Regina Public Library Board for over a decade, and there have been several iterations of new central libraries going forward prior to that time. But soon after my start on the library, we looked at all of the past work that had been done, why it didn't go through at those times, and we explored every potential option. We looked at the critical state of where the library was at, and we made the decision through a lengthy process to move forward in building a new central library, even though that had been the decision that was already made long before my time. And as you can appreciate with council, decisions that are made at that level don't necessarily change every time you have new people on the board. So we continued on that process. We were ready to come forward at a certain period of time, and it was coming up to an election year, so we were sort of put on pause. And then we had a new mayor and council, and then the Catalyst Committee work came, and even though we were ready to go forward again, it was, nope, we need to pause because we're going to look at this holistically from a city perspective on what we need to do where and make the most sense of that. We, through that process, were determined by a lot of public engagement that the library was the #2 priority for the city, for the citizens of Regina, second to the aquatic facility. And so even through that process, we continued on. We were ready to forge ahead, and then there was another pause of, well, you know, we need to do one last thing, and that's to put out this expression of interest to determine whether or not there's opportunity to partner in an effective and efficient way with developers in the city to see if there's interest. So the can has been kicked down the road for so many years that we are now finally, we have the commitment from City Council to move forward. If we had done this years ago as we had planned, we would have a new central library right now, and it would have cost us a lot less money. Now, to answer the question about the mill rate increase, we do understand that this is a very challenging financial time for everyone and for you as council to make these decisions. And this is not something that we take lightly. We have, over the years, again, during all of my time on council, worked with our city council representatives who serve on our board of directors to guide us and provide their opinions on how we move forward with those mill rate requests year over year. So quite frankly, there have been years where, well, there was one year in particular where we came forward with a 0% mill rate request to really try and be good partners, to be as efficient as possible as we could, and also we ended up digging into our reserves in those years that we came forward with low requests. We've been asked over the past 2 years in making these mill rate requests to City Council about, you know, is this actually enough to sustain all of the things that the library does? And quite frankly, no, it hasn't been. We've been trying to keep it as low as possible all throughout these years in order to prevent taxpayers from having to bear that burden. Now, in hindsight, if we were to go back, say 5 years, and have asked for 4% year over year over year over year, we probably could have come forward with a 0% this year, because that amount compounded over time would have resulted in so much higher of an amount that we would be in a better position today. The reality is that we are in a collective bargaining year. We have increased safety and security issues that we are needing to address as we're working with more and more vulnerable populations in the city. And we are serving the community in so many ways that we can't possibly keep going in the way that we are with a lower request. Now, if you were to come back to us and say, you know what, we're not going to grant that, you're going to have to go back, we would, as a board, go back with administration, review where we would cut, but that would mean reduced services to our community. And I will implore you to understand that this is not the time for us to reduce services to the community, because this is the time that they need us the most.
You mentioned that, you know, people are anxious for the library, but through the chair, I would ask, is that anxiousness for the library services in general or the library downtown? As I've talked to quite a few people, they've described they rarely go downtown. And there are people that do use it downtown. And as you're doing those surveys, how would you describe that to say it reflects the entire library system or reflects downtown?
Through the chair, thank you very much for that question. We actually see the most people going through our central library. So people do go downtown, and we have about 400,000 visits per year to show that. I would also say that building a new central library downtown is essential to downtown revitalization. So if you're hearing that people aren't going downtown, that's a lot to do with safety, security, we're hearing that. The library also plays an essential role in ensuring that. But what our current library doesn't have is the ability to serve those populations in a way that makes everybody feel safe, secure, and welcomed and supported. So building a new central library downtown in a way that helps us do that will encourage more people to come downtown. It will also increase development. We've seen that in places like Halifax when we had a city council delegation that went to Halifax, to Calgary, to Ottawa, all of these cities who have new libraries, and what that has done in terms of development around those communities to draw attention or attraction for businesses. And what that also does is increases that commercial tax base that helps level out, the net neutral tax for citizens. So if commercial tax is going up, then it goes down for the citizens, or it's at least stays the same.
Thank you. So through the chair, I don't, a library is a nice thing to have downtown, but I don't understand the domino, that this first domino causes the others to fall. I don't understand that exact relationship, that would cause another building to be built right there, or right nearby, or something like that. Could you explain that relationship?
Do you want to? Go ahead.
Okay. Through the chair, I think in terms of central libraries, and this is for us, it is an experience of other urban centers across North America. Certainly, as Cindy mentioned, last year, 2 years ago, a number of councillors and different organizations in Regina toured some of those Canadian centers and saw that growth. When we spoke specifically recently to Halifax, and although I don't have it with me, and I can certainly send it to you, but they opened essentially 10 years ago, and I have a list of the new buildings that have been built in their neighborhood, the new business ventures that have been created right around the library.
I understand they're created, but I'm looking for that relationship that this one begat the next.
The library comes first, and these things follow. Might there be other causes? Absolutely.
Okay. 2 more questions. I'm good on time here with that. So, have you, through the chair, have you pursued any sponsorship, naming any type of other revenue opportunities?
Do you want me to?
Sure.
Okay. Through the chair, thank you for that question. Yes, absolutely. Fund development is a big part of what we're trying to build for the new central library. We had DCG, who is a consulting service in Saskatchewan, do a feasibility study for us. They came back with an assessment of approximately $3 million could be raised by the library. However, they also noted that without approval of City Council in principle of this commitment to build a new central library, we would not be successful in raising any dollars. So we needed that commitment from City Council. We needed the plans to move forward in order to have something tangible for people to be interested in supporting. And absolutely, we see there lots of potential for naming opportunities. If we look at some of the other libraries, such as Calgary, Halifax, they've done an incredible job of implementing fund development into their day-to-day.
Thank you. So last question through the chair. The picture you paint is that the building's beyond repair. It's going to collapse. It's on its last legs. Books are heavy. It's a big concrete bunker, if I want to put it that way. Maybe a concrete roof on as well. But electrical switchgear and infrastructure can be replaced. Air conditioning can be replaced. Boilers can be dealt with and remediated. I know personally of some examples of asbestos-coated boilers that have been removed and replaced. Please explain how it seems that just replacement is the only option. It seems to be what's coming forward.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. in my early years on the board, when we first started this process of reviewing all of the work that had been done, one of the extensive studies that was done was to review what would it cost to build a new central library on the current site? What would it cost to renovate to a bare minimum of just being functional and up to code? And what would renovate and add on to the current library cost? And the renovation would cost a bit less. The renovate and add on to get to the scope of and size that we need it to be in order to adequately serve the community was about the same as building a brand new building. Now, our limitations in renovating or renovating and adding on are that we're still stuck with a building that was built to house books. It doesn't serve in the functional program ways that we need it to be in order to be successful and to be a 21st century library moving forward and serving in the ways that libraries do.
Could you give some examples, sorry, through the chair, could you give some examples of how physically this can't be accommodated?
Through the chair, absolutely. One example that I used earlier was in dealing with vulnerable populations. Because that is an everyday reality for libraries, when you look at some of the newer libraries that have been built, Halifax is one really good example. They designed the front foyer and entrance and spaces off to the sides specifically for that purpose, so that vulnerable people could still come in, be welcomed, they could get the service that they needed, but it also wasn't at the detriment of the other users of the library. So it didn't detract other people from coming in and utilizing, whether or not they had families or young people or whoever was coming in. So in order to adequately serve those, that's one example. But also technology is another great example. The library is not just about books. That's such a small portion now of what we do because it's serving in so many different ways. And libraries, the newer libraries that have been built, are these massive community hubs that serve as event spaces. They hold weddings. They actually can generate revenue from that as well to be a little bit more sustainable, having some revenue sources. And so that's just a number of ways that it helps serve the community. Jeff, do you want to add anything onto that?
One of the pieces I want to add is actually a piece of information, and that is the study that Cindy referenced. So throughout our work on Central Library for the last 15 years, those documents are primarily online on our Central Library website. They're arranged by year, and the document Cindy is referencing around repair the current location versus repair and expand versus build new is under the year 2017, if you would like to read the detail.
And just to add on to that through the chair, accessibility remains a big issue. So we could renovate, but we are still not anywhere meeting any of these accessibility standards that we can. There would be really strict limitations on that based on the current framework.
Okay, through the chair, you mentioned that there's other libraries have a welcoming space. You're saying we couldn't reshape the space to provide welcoming things for people in need in those situations and stuff like that. The art gallery is just off to the right as you enter. That add some space there or do some work like that. I'm not quite understanding how they can't be reoriented to provide those types of spaces that you're describing.
Through the chair, in the current structure, it's really limited. We have massive issues with, sorry, maybe you're better to speak to this.
In terms of that creation of space, I think one of the things that you'll see at Central Library right now, for example, is that relative to how large the building is, a huge amount of our space is taken up with very basic library services because that's all we have room for. So in terms of people who are able to use Central Library right now, and one of the reasons that we know that we can increase that number is that the number of services we can offer in Central Library is very limited because it is so small. As much as it is about 73,000 square feet, almost all of the lower level is actually staff support services areas. The children's library is off in a corner, but most of that area is support services. So we have one full floor on the main floor, almost full. Part of that is also staff. And the second floor is partially carved out because the mezzanine is not a complete story. It has a giant hole in it, essentially. We don't have the space needed. So when we want to do something, we've mentioned the digital media studio is one of the new services we started shortly before COVID. Tremendously popular, but to do that, we have to take out traditional libraries, we have to take out collections, we have to take out possibly computers or seating, areas where people gather in order to provide any new service. So a part of all of that work that we're doing in Central Library, and actually we're in that conversation right now, is how can this Central Library function? And a part of that limitation in the current space is in fact how small the space is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. I'm told that we have the video ready. We got it working, so we will now pause questions and watch a video. Thank you.
I've had a library card ever since I was able to read at the age of 3. I rode my bike with my dad. I'm going to tear up, I'm sorry. I rode my bike with my dad there once a week and read every single book in the children's library. So that was amazing.
I think a bigger space is needed, quite frankly, because if you actually go to the library now, it's actually pretty busy, right? Whenever I go with my family, it's very busy, it's always packed. And to me, that shows that a bigger space is needed so much, because it needs to expand to have even more people come.
There's a lot happening downtown, and we're on the cusp of the next chapter. And the library needs to be a part of that. The library is a draw, it's a destination, and in most major cities across Canada, it is a tourist destination. And it should be in Regina too.
A new central library downtown is good for business all across the city. It's going to attract new people to Regina, and it's going to attract new people to downtown.
A new downtown library would be essential to downtown businesses and even visitors and tourism, because it shows the city is situated itself for growth. Any new buildings, any new infrastructure is essential for a vibrant community, and a new library will help Regina grow and have a homemaking place for people in Regina to go to.
I think a very positive aspect that people don't realize is that it's a safe space, right? It's a safe space for Indigenous youth that are facing hardships, and they go there, a place to meet other Indigenous youth and Indigenous people that want to do good.
I think a modern central library provides an experience to youth that I can't even come close to, because they have so many different programs and services and so many different mentors and professionals that they can access to gain knowledge from and learn and get inspired by.
I think for me personally is that the opportunity with a new facility is going to be impact. If I can sum it down to one word, it's going to be impact. The new facility will create such a bigger impact for our youth, for our elderly, for our newcomers, and for Indigenous.
Over the years, the face of Regina has changed, and one of the constants is that the Regina Public Library has changed with it. So a new central library is a welcoming spot for all people that live in Regina.
You look at all the issues that we're facing as a community, but also as a nation. I just think that libraries are those hidden gems that create that positive social impact.
Okay. It's good that we were able to get that to work, and now we can go back to questions, and we certainly have no shortage of them. But to confirm, Councillor Burton, you're done? Okay. All right. So next will be Councillor Bizo. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much through the chair. There's a few things I'm going to say, a bit of discrepancy that you have in your report versus the presentation that you made. Your GDP that you said for construction is going to be $93 million. In your report that presented, you said it could be up towards $150 million. So 120 to 150 is proposed for the new building. I don't want to talk about the functionality of the library the library being a program and an entity to itself. I want to talk to what Councillor Burton was speaking to was the aspect of the building itself. Looking at an equivalent building in the neighborhood, being the Canada Life building across the street from the library, across the park, the assessed value for that building in today's dollars is $42 million. The square footage for that building is 157,000 square feet, which by your definitions doubles the size of your library for less than half the cost than what your ask is. So the questions really come about is the scope of this building and how much it's going to cost. If we go down that debenture type aspect and call it the mortgage, your $150 million bond or ask is at 4.5%, is going to require a payment of $757,000 per month. That works out to $9 million per year. With your economic forecast of $1 invested generates 7.58, you know, we're in the neighborhood of $60,000 per year of economic GDP to the library, even though we got a one-time bump of, you know, the construction costs. The other option that you mentioned was rejuvenating the downtown, the revitalization of the downtown. We have a library right now. We just lost a core tenant in the Cornwall Center, being the Bay. It's not the library's problem that you know, shopping has changed and that company moved out of the Bay, but that was a tax base that we lost as a city of roughly $600,000 a year. So one of the proposals would be, and this was thrown out with a vast council, of renting that space, that whole Bay space. Well, one, it regains the taxes from that space, and it provides an anchor tenant into that space. And then for the second portion of it is, you know, the heritage value. Now, we can't talk to the heritage value of this property, and there will be debate being knocking it down or not knocking it down. And then I'm going to say also with Councillor Burton's aspect, the maintenance of that building, as Councillor Burton mentioned, a lot of buildings downtown that are a lot older than the library and still standing, that, you know, we really got to look at a refurbishment model. What does that look like? Your own report from 2015, I believe, it states, you know, what it costs to repurpose the building, new windows, new boiler, new switchgear, to the tune of, you know, that $5 million mark to start, and then it goes up from there. So I'm really struggling to figure out the economics and how you're, you know, essentially, you know, having a $150 million project or proposed project in your report that's going to generate that kind of return. And, you know, on the backs of the taxpayers, as Councillor Burton was stating, there's a lot of asks out there right now. When we talk to people, and some people phoned me up last night and we had conversations, they utilize the libraries, not the downtown library, but the libraries. They go to the South Lawn Mall, they go to the North End, they go to the different ones, they utilize the programs. Councillors of Kiniak's area is screaming for a library to have support services in that community, in that neighborhood. I really would like to, you know, have that conversation of downtown new building, and that's what we're asking, is a downtown new building, which is very, very expensive, versus, you know, maintaining what you have and moving to different branch locations. So there's a lot of asks here and a lot of pieces to come out of this, but, you know,
Sorry, Councillor Bizo, do you have a question?
Yeah, with the numbers involved here, and I'm talking about specifically on this building itself, is it the right time for this $150 million project? And at what cost? Like, how much are we going to ask our taxpayers to shell out for another project? What's acceptable?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Maybe I'll just start and I will let Jeff continue on, because I think there's lots of pieces in there. One of the components was related to branch renewal, and so that is a great question that we haven't had a chance really to discuss at length with the public, and the work that's being done with our service points master plan, which we talked to council about briefly when we met. So part of that work is looking at how much we've grown as a city, and to your point, that we have areas that are underserved in the city because of that growth and expansion. And so part of the work that we are undertaking in concert with Central Library Renewal is not just saying that everything is going into Central, we also have to look at the library system as a whole. But that won't be just putting up new branches and coming back and asking for more and more money to do that. It's going to be about finding the efficiencies, delivering service in the most effective way that we can to as many people. So that could be through self-serve kiosks or different ways, smaller centers and service points that don't have to be a fully functioning giant library. Now, there was another point about the Bay. So that's something that is certainly on the table. That was part of our expression of interest process that came through when we went down that. One of the things that we also looked at as we were looking at a temporary relocation of Central Library in the interim of building a new Central on our current site was trying to find spaces that we could go into. And part of the challenge is the weight load, how much, the minimum requirements that it needs to be, not being able to find sufficient space within the downtown area that could fulfill that, and then realizing that massive amounts of money would have to go into getting those spaces up to be sufficient to house a library and to function in the way that we need it to. So it's not off the table. The Bay is certainly, that's something that has come to us. When we go through the RFP process, it could come forward as well, and all of those things will be considered and brought back at some point to council for a recommendation. In terms of heritage, that's something that we would have to bring back, and City Council can make the decision to go against that heritage, or not go against it, but to make an exception in the heritage bylaw to demolish Central Library, recognizing that as a mid-century modern, it's not the same necessarily as some of the buildings around Victoria Park that are built a little bit differently at a different time. I will say that in terms of refurbishment of our current, one of the challenges that we have is that it wasn't built properly in the first place. So as an example, the windows were put in backwards, and it's not just a matter of we can take them out and put them back in the right way. It doesn't work that way. So there are all of these issues that we have in terms of challenges with that current building that make it limiting for us to refurbish. There's probably some other points, Jeff, that you can add.
Just a couple of quick points, I think, and in reference specifically to the 2015 report. The 2015 report was specifically commissioned to look at what would it cost to get by. It was not a report that was about refurbishing or restoring a heritage building or having it redesigned and taking it down to concrete and starting again. It was about what do we need to get by for a few years, what do we need to get by for longer. We're already in that second time frame. What is it going to take to get by for 20 years? So it's a how do we get by, not how do we restore and continue with this building kind of study. I think in terms of the modeling of finance and cost projections, actually Curtis did those, and I'm going to turn that over to him.
Yeah, thanks for that. So I can try to hit on some of the points that you mentioned. You did cover quite a few points there. So I think I would just back up and say we're open to various options. All of those options you mentioned, we're open to hearing about it. We just need that commitment from council so that we can get competitive bids from developers. And, in terms of the debt, I think we presented pretty clearly what our financial model is and how we need the debt in a certain time period, what mill rate is needed to help pay for that debt. And, it's slightly less than your numbers, Councillor, but I think you're in the ballpark. And, I think I would leave it at that.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, when you look at the numbers, like $42 million equivalent Canada Life building, which is twice the size of your present building, which would be sufficient for your ask. How do we go from $42 million present value to $150 million proposed project?
So it's a great question, Councillor. Let me just speak to that first, and your city admin will be able to answer this better than me, but assessed value doesn't always equal fair market value, right? And then with the project, there's always professionals we have to hire. There's furniture and equipment that has to be added. Many things that just are not included in that assessed value, right? And, you know, in terms of the $150 million, that's, you know, we don't know if that's what it's going to cost, right? We need to go out to tender and see what those costs are.
Mm-hmm.
I think just to add a comment, and maybe I'm not quite understanding, but I think in terms of Canada Life building and in terms of a public library building, while the square footage may be the same, the types of building they are could not be any more different. Although we have a square footage approximation, and we're actually in a process right now to fine tune that and figure out what we can do with 125,000 square feet. The public space in a public library is not an office space. It would not have 8-foot or 9-foot ceilings. It would not have a couple of elevators to take the number of people in a busy public building up and down. I don't even know how many there are, 8 or 9 floors in that building. So while the square footage is the same, the type of building that you're looking at for a busy public building versus an office building could not really be more different. So in terms of using that building, it would not fit without significant renovation.
Even at doubling the cost, though, like, this is where I'm really trying to struggle, and this is where you have to convince the taxpayer at this point. Even if we double that cost at $80 million, we're still way off from what your ask is for.
Yeah.
Like, you're asking for a lot. We just heard from the city not too long ago, where in last fall we approved $100 million debenture for a major water line replacement. Now, you know, it's potential in a year or two asking for another $150 million for a library. We just asked for $280 million for a stadium, another $300 million for a pool. We're at $1 billion. And we haven't even talked about infrastructure yet, like roadways, sewers, water. We're at $1 billion for luxury items at this point. The taxpayer has told everyone around this room that it's too much.
Piso, you can do your comments after. If you don't, do you have further questions for the delegation?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, but there will be the time for you to make comments if you'd like to. Okay, thank you. Next, I see Councillor Turnbull.
Oh.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I guess my first question is, why not 8 to 9 foot ceilings? Do we have extra tall people in Regina?
Through the chair, I think in terms of, and certainly councillors who have been to public libraries will notice the difference in a busy public space versus an office space, where you have, and we're looking at several 100,000 people through the year coming through a space, trying to make both space for engagement and space to inspire people. Office spaces with 9-foot ceilings don't inspire people. And as you look at design for busy public spaces, as you will absolutely know, the kinds of spaces that you encounter in significant public buildings are different kinds of spaces. It's square footage, but it's also volume. It's also size and scope.
Can I add to that?
Oh, sorry, Cindy is also.
Sorry, could I add to that through the chair? Edmonton did extensive studies on what the needs were in terms of their libraries, and they have a city architect that helped with the design process of those. One of the primary reasons why people were going to libraries was to be connected. So even though some still want a quiet space where they go off and they have their time, they don't want to be isolated in a tiny corner or in one little office space or whatever. They still want to be a part of the bigger picture. And social inclusion is something that is very real post-pandemic, that people need to be connected to other people. So a lot of how a library serves, how it functions, it's not necessarily that space that you just go to have your book and be quiet. There are loud spaces and functional spaces and innovative spaces and all of these different things that you can't just put into a box and say, this is the library.
To the chair, I actually went to the Edmonton Library a few months ago. And I should have prefaced with, I do love libraries. I know they're not just a warehouse for books, and I know they're continual hubs, but you referenced demographics, and I have a lot of questions, but it's from your 2022 KPMG needs assessment. It actually listed the demographics which use the Regina Library in your thing, and it did say that in Regina, it was like recognizing the role in lifting up the community, women and low-income households, services like Wi-Fi, English as a second language.
Do you have a question?
Yes. So would you agree that that's still the demographics today? Because that's from the 2020.
Through the chair, the library serves everyone.
Yeah.
And you will notice in different libraries, there's maybe a slight shift in demographics depending on where they are. I would also say that the face of Regina has changed significantly. We have a lot of increase in newcomer populations, and newcomers are very, very high users of the library. Maybe Jeff, you could add.
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me. I would expect that it includes a similar different demographic, but that possibly the proportions in that demographic have changed over time. And yes, ultimately in our look at Central Library, we do know that people from all over the city use the Central Library, so that demographic would be represented there. And we also know that people from all over the city use every one of our branches. So broadly speaking, demographics throughout our locations would reflect those of the city.
And through the chair, so that 2020 KPMG needs assessment had the $124 million, and it didn't include the land, the parking, or landscaping, or furniture, equipment, and stuff, and that's from 2020. Is that the cost estimate we're still using today, or is there a newer cost estimate that supersedes the 2020?
Through the chair, there are some new estimates, but I'll turn that over to Curtis.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for the question, Councillor. Through the chair, I think to put it simply, any cost estimates done in 2020 are going to be out to date for sure, right? So we have done what I would call cost estimates based on benchmarks, that based on industry averages and things like that, and that's how we get to about 125,000 square feet at about 125 million to 150 million. Realizing that, like many projects, until you do the RFP process, you can't nail down that cost, right? But I think we're trying to shoot in between that range. And, as I'd say, in the last year, we have reduced the size requirement. Originally, that size requirement was 159,000 square feet. And we have, tried to save taxpayers' funds on reducing that. And in terms of cost, I'd say it's fairly close to Saskatoon's estimate. They're about 3 years ahead of us, but that's one way to look at it, to say, is it reasonable? Based on what we have, I'd say it's reasonable.
Okay, and I guess to the chair, through questions and meetings, I understand that you're doing a functional plan right now, then you're doing a request for qualifications, and then you're doing a request for proposals. So my question is there any way, do we have to do the request for qualifications? Could we do just the request for proposals to speed up the process so that we could engage with, let's say, the Cornwall and that library tenant and have a more estimate of cost and things sooner rather than later?
Through the chair, I think in terms of our process and how we approached it, the request for qualification very much helps us because we're in a kind of a process that has less certainty around it, and that the very nature of being open to multiple kinds of proposals from different developers with different projects in mind or land available, we do need that RFQ assurance that the proposals that we invite are coming from firms that can actually execute what they're proposing. And nothing about that process precludes the mall or any developer from proposing any kind of anything that they have in mind.
Can I add to, sorry, if I could just add through the chair, through the expression of interest process, there was also an engagement with developers in the city to get their input on what would be required to go forward in an RFP process. And what we heard back was that the investment from developers is really significant. Some of them said upwards of $500,000 just to put together a proposal. So we also, bearing that in mind, didn't want to invite anyone and everyone to put all that time, money, and investment into something if they were completely off the mark and didn't fit what the function of that library needed to serve in their proposal.
To the chair, what?
Sorry, I do want to, I think we're almost again at a mandated break. We still have 4 folks with questions. Do you have many more? Because we can also pause if you do and see if your questions get answered by others and then give you the chance to.
Do you want me to circle back?
We could circle back. Do you have
I will
multiple
circle
more?
back. I can circle back. It's all good.
Okay, thank you. And so I think by my notes, we have a break in about 5 minutes. Who I have as next is Councillor Fro. Councillor Fro, we'll let you get started and see how it goes.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, we heard earlier that talent attraction is sort of one of the top needs of industry in this city, and talent wants to live in a great city. Our friends in Saskatoon are building a downtown event and entertainment district, a new library that will complement a lot of downtown residential density. And to be frank, we're falling behind, so we can address it or we can ignore it. So my question is about process. How has your engagement with the development community and Regina residents been structured to try to advance a more vibrant and safer downtown, perhaps even an expanded tax base? So walk us through what comes next and how maybe that process addresses some of the concerns we've heard from some of my colleagues.
Through the chair, thank you for that question, Councillor Fro. If I could just start by saying Saskatoon did a research study through the U of S that looked at why people would live downtown, what would get them to drive more people to live downtown. And there were a couple things that came from that. One was a new library, a nice new shiny library, as well as different cultural centers and art galleries and all of those things. And they have those things downtown. So that's part of why Saskatoon downtown is a little bit more vibrant than ours. We are struggling in a city where our and this was identified through the Catalyst Committee process, where our educational institutions are not in downtown, our art gallery is not downtown, our museum is not downtown, all of these things that bring people downtown are not downtown, but library is one. And we do bring a lot of people downtown, so I think that's part of it. Maybe, Jeff, I will just let you take the rest of it.
In terms of our process going forward and ultimately backing up just a touch, through our needs assessment and project plan in 2020, we did outline what are those priorities for the library, what are we trying to accomplish with this. And one of those targets is, in fact, the downtown. It is revitalization of downtown. It is encouraging the downtown to prosper. And as we look at our expression of interest process, our market sounding with developers, now coming upon this RFQ, built within those processes are the requirements that what you propose, yes, we absolutely need a new central library. It needs to be downtown. But the backdrop of that is downtown. It is what the central library can do for downtown. And I think that the board's been very clear, and certainly library administration the same, that yes, it's about a central library, but it's about building a great downtown. And through the RFQ process, those proponents who come through that, if they are going to get to the next phase, they will need to be addressing those questions about how is this project that you're proposing going to be a benefit to the downtown? How is it going to help us contribute to revitalization? How is it going to bring partners in? How is it going to help catalyze growth in the downtown?
So I understand correctly. try to stay within the last 2 minutes. It can be a sort of a yes or no answer. Am I correct to assume then that all options are on the table, sort of ranging from joint usage to the mall to renovation, so long as some core principles such as being located in the downtown, revitalizing the downtown, sort of value for dollar are considered? Like, you are open to these things? We're just waiting to see what the sort of development consortium proposes. Is that a correct assumption?
Through the chair, yes, it's very much, yes, we need to accomplish these criteria in terms of how does the library provide services. So we can provide services and be in the mall or be in the Canada Life building or be wherever. We are inviting developers to come and tell us. I think part of our interest in the process is that, yes, you know, it's great, we own a piece of land, we could build a building, have a library. Ultimately, this is one of those cases where that combination of the library with other possible partners tells us that the market might actually have a lot better ideas, be able to innovate, be able to help us build a partnership together.
And if I could just add through the chair, that this request in principle of the 5.5% is for us to be able to move forward to the next steps. This isn't you're giving us a lump sum of money and we're just going and doing what we want with it. The debt will not be required for some time, so this is a forward-thinking thing as well. And also we would be coming back with a recommendation on what that looks like. So it could be something that involves addressing another priority of City Council and the city within that proposal. It's not necessarily just going to be a standalone library. There will be various options that could check a few boxes for you. So we would be looking for your approval again at that time. Right now, this is in principle, so we can move forward and bring back something great for you.
Okay, Councillor Crowe, I don't know if you have anything else. We are at the next break. Are you you're done? Okay, so, and then we're going to take a 15-minute break, which will put us back at 2:50, and then we have 3 more folks with questions before we see if Councillor Turnbull has more. Thank you. Okay, if folks can find their seats, we are going to get started again. All right, we are getting started. Since nobody's listening, I'm just going to get us started because we will never finish otherwise. Okay, so who I see next in the speaking queue is Councillor Flores. Okay, so I think I will pass it to her to ask her questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I feel like I have deja vu. Looking at, remember past council meetings where we kind of went through similar questions, similar processes, and it has me questioning, do you know what would be the cost of continuing the delay on this project or not moving forward in terms of inflation rates, just continuing all this process, and how would that impact future asks?
Do you want me to take that?
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, so, yeah, thanks for the question. So through the chair, you know, obviously hard to predict the future, but I think there's a few things we could speak to is obviously waiting. Inflation is going up, the cost will go up. I think that's almost a certainty. As time goes on, there's going to be more risk with the current building, and we may have big expenditures coming up on top of the regular maintenance expenditures. And what that may mean is we have to use the reserve that we currently have that's helping pay for the project, which does increase how much debt we would have to ask for. So I think that's just 3 examples of many, I'd say.
All right. And then just one more question, because this has come up in terms of being able to provide services to other areas of the city, because for those that may not access the downtown library as often, how would other branch libraries be resourced to maintain equitable services citywide while significant funds go towards the new central library?
Through the chair, and I think Cindy referenced this just a little while ago, but we do have, it's a little bit behind for our kind of capacity needs. We've needed to get central library running before we could branch off into another major project. But we are looking at what we've called a service points master plan. It includes branches, but because of technological changes in recent years, we're able to include options that aren't necessarily a traditional branch, but have technological ways that we can meet certain kinds of needs in the community. So that plan is just a bit behind the central library. So I would say at the current kind of pace, we're looking at the board finalizing that plan in the probably late spring. So that is coming behind is how are we going to fulfill the needs both of the current branch system, which is ultimately built on a city that hadn't grown like it has now, and how are we moving into the future. So I would say late spring we'll be talking about that.
Thank you so much.
And I might just add, sorry to interrupt here on that, that even though we are still working on a plan, we have a few years ago started putting money away. So in our budget, we've had $1 million per year going into a branch reserve, and that's about $3 million right now, which is really just a good start. But just to show that we have a funding plan before the plan is in place as well. So.
And as you mentioned earlier, that would include your branches as well as service points, right? Because you mentioned the idea of wherever you won't have a full branch, service points would be something that would expand services to communities. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair, what we have a few years ago, we made some change in the technology we use for physical materials, and that would allow us, for example, to look at look at future partnerships where we might be able to put Holt's pickup station in the inside the door of a retail store, and people could come almost anywhere these can be set up and possibly meet those physical materials needs of a neighborhood or a part of the community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. I see next Councillor Radams. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much for being here today and for your presentation. Last week, I think it was last week, we did a tour, and thank you, Jeff, for taking us through that and pointing out a few things we've already touched on. And going through the facility, it just brought back a lot of memories from high school years, university years, even taking my children to the library. So it was a little nostalgic, of course. And I don't think that anyone can dispute that there is value to having a public library downtown. Though I do have some follow-up questions in terms of the fundraising piece. Now, you indicated that you couldn't do or start fundraising until we had a commitment from council or from the city. And so I guess what I'm asking, me a picture then, if it was to be approved, what would that fundraising opportunity look like? And I guess in terms of what are you doing to get the public buy-on? Because let's face it, people in this community, like, they don't see the value of having a public library downtown. And so, I mean, I think I can echo that sentiment from many that have knocked on many, many doors, right? And so I guess, what would that look like?
Through the chair, could I start on that one? Through the chair, thank you very much for that question. Yes, we've had a lot of work done over the past few years to look at opportunities for fund development for a new central library. As you mentioned, one of the limitations was having that solidified plan and commitment in place to be able to move forward. Part of the work that has been undertaken is a development of a case for support, which outlines the value and impact of the library to help paint that picture, as you mentioned, for people who may not be as familiar with the role of the library. And also, a new central library provides a tremendous amount of opportunity for people to put their stamp, to have something of real tangible value that they can see. Because we have a lot of great causes. We know that there's a lot of competition for fund development. That's one of my areas. And yet, for somebody to actually see that in a physical space and to see how it's being utilized and to see firsthand the impact creates a wealth of opportunity for people to support. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the feasibility study did come back at I think, in my opinion, a very conservative $3 million could be raised through a campaign. So part of the work that our fund development team also needed to do was get permission from the board to undertake or to, I guess, move forward on a capital campaign. And so that followed the last 5. But we need to kind of formalize that, move forward, build a campaign committee of volunteers and other individuals. Some of that work has already been done in the feasibility study process to engage with individuals of higher net wealth in the process of that, so they might be candidates as well. And I think there's lots of great opportunity there. Does that answer your question? Or was there anything else you wanted to add, Jeff?
And I just want to add a clarification. Yes, and I guess ultimately implied by Cindy's comments, but the Central Library as a campaign project is something we can't really start in earnest for all the, and when we do, all of the comments that Cindy made. We have, however, had development at the library. The library is a registered charity for anyone watching who wants to make a donation. We are a registered charity, and but I think in terms of that, the fundamentals of our feasibility study is that right now to the Central Library project, it's not huge amounts, but there are some donors to it. Ultimately, if you're asking someone to give a great deal of money to a project, they want to know what's going to happen. And in our history in trying to build a Central Library in Regina, that has not been clear until now. And I can also say our Director of Development is behind me. So if we need to talk later, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. So you also did indicate that you do have some reserves or some sort of funds saved, if you will. for potentially, helping to go forward with the project, right? Just confirming that,
Through
I
the
think you had
chair,
already answered that.
Yes, for Central Library, we have, at the point we start, we expect to have $20 million to put to that as part of that project fund.
Great, thank you. And this question, in regards to it being a heritage property, or heritage status, so have you, and I'm sure the answer to this is yes, is you've looked into how easy or difficult that would be to remove that status if you were to rebuild, perhaps? So have you looked into that?
Through the chair, yes, we have actually at different points over time because we've been addressing this question for a while. My most recent conversation was maybe 2 months ago, but ultimately at the point we're at, it's largely an information exchange with your kind of the city's heritage people, and that is because we're looking at market and we're looking at developers proposing to us. It's also possible we will be in a completely different piece of land and the heritage issue will not be one we need to work with. So we do understand we've met, we've discussed it and its implications. We're not quite at the point until we get through a decision. We're not quite at the point of knowing whether or not we need to address it ourselves, or perhaps someone who buys our land would have to address it.
Okay, so based on your response there, excuse me, so you're potentially may or may not be in the same space or land space. Is that what you're also, you've just...
Yes, the openness to the developer market tells us that we have said downtown, but there may be developers who have other projects where we would fit. So that openness means that we just can't be sure yet.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Radens. Councillor Sickley, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I never for your question. That's good. And I was part of that tour, and thank you very much. I'm not sure that we would need to wait for a plan. I think we could probably continue to, and I didn't bring my checkbook today, but why can't we go talk to benefactors now, or a series of them, and would you consider naming rights for the library? Kind of two questions there.
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, thank you for that. Naming rights is a great opportunity for a new library. It comes at a pretty high price tag through it, but I think there would be various levels depending on where it was and what that included. So naming rights policy has been in place for quite some time, and the review of that will continue as we go forward with an actual plan. So once we have some then outline the opportunities specifically for naming rights within the library, but there would be many. To your point, there is opportunity to fundraise at a smaller level, but what we're talking about is the higher wealth donors, the large major gifts that are a little bit harder to acquire unless they're attached to a really key deliverable. So those are conversations that continue to be had, and it's in my experience, it usually takes about a year to 18 months to finalize a major gift of a large size. And so those are processes that our Director of Development will be continuing to have over the next many years.
Well, I'm pretty sure you're going to get a library. The timing doesn't work. We're in a perfect storm of three things right now. Tariffs looming over our heads, an assessment year for properties, and a mill rate increase that, and all my colleagues and I are doing our best to try and balance all the needs from everybody. So my question to you would be, if you were to choose one of your two asks, would you choose the one that's the multi-year one? Yeah.
Your mic's still on. You can clarify your question if needed.
Sorry?
If you need to clarify your question.
Yeah, the operational piece, the build.
So, through the chair, you're asking if we had to choose between the operational mill rate increase or the capital?
The build.
The build? that's something I think we would have to discuss as a board, because that has massive implications, and that's not something that we have explored. So I honestly could not answer that on behalf of the board at this time. I will say that the operational piece would have having to make tough decisions in service delivery that would then impact the citizens. And I understand this is a very difficult time for all of you as a new council, especially coming in the perfect storm, as you mentioned. But at the same time, I will reiterate that this is the time that people need the library the most.
Did you have anything further, Councillor? No? Okay, thank you. Okay, it looks like Councillor Turnbull does still have a question, but I have one to maybe two. First, sort of picking up on what your line of questioning was, Councillor Sickles. Maybe not like the way I was going to frame it is if somebody was trying to, felt that they couldn't support both 4.58 and 5.5, and maybe it's not like which one would you choose, but to look for how would you scale back. I don't know if that's, are you scaling back on the dedicated 5.5? Are you scaling back on the 4.58 operational costs? I don't know if you have any comfort level in answering, rather than, which one would you choose, but like where would you see yourself scaling back if you had something else, an alternate mill rate approved?
I think through the chair, what I can, I guess, and again to Cindy's comment, what I can say is, yes, we are a service agency. So if we look at scaling back our operational ask, that means the board will have to talk about what gives, essentially. Where is that service give? In terms of the central library renewal mill rate, what we would have to do again is talk to the board about if we scale back this 5.5% that's been approved in principle, and then actually we go to Curtis and say, can you remodel the future of that mill rate, and how do we make that come to a similar place at a similar point in time? So we'd need to remodel the finances around the central library and look at have a board discussion about how operations would change. And ultimately, though, I think in that context, the board would have to work with the mill rate that we have, and those decisions have to go to the board.
Right. Okay, thank you. Also, I did notice that there are higher contributions to reserves planned in 2025. So I guess going back to that operational mill rate increase, if your mill rate, your operational mill rate increase was reduced, would that impact your contributions to reserves? Because you talked about how it would impact services. Would it also impact your transfers to reserves?
I'll start that and turn it over, but through the chair. In terms of how the board decides to deal with a change, one of the possibilities is that they could take some money from reserve to fill that gap. That would be a choice they would have. In terms of the changes in the 2025 mill rate, or sorry, the 2025 reserve allocations, I will turn that over to Curtis. He will know more about those.
Yeah, sure. So thanks for the question through the chair. I think I would say at least a couple things here is, as Jeff and Cindy said, it would be up to the board to determine where that budget gives. Do we put less in reserves? Do we reduce services? Second point I would make, and I know you hear this a lot, is we would never recommend using a one-time funding source to fund an ongoing item. Because what that would mean is if we use the reserve to reduce the mill rate, we'll need an even higher mill rate next year. Right. And I think the same goes for the 5.5%. If that gets reduced, that will send a signal to developers that are we serious, I guess, as a council and a board. And it would be a higher ask in the following years. So I think those are the risks, is what I would say.
Right.
Could I also
but
add a
just to
comment
clarify,
oh,
just to
sorry.
clarify, so I was talking about the contributions to reserves. That, so, and I don't have the page number in front of me, but what, there is a clear line item saying that in 2025, the contributions to reserves are higher. So if there was a reduced operating mill rate, then my question is, I guess, about the impact on the contributions to the reserves specifically.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. So I guess a couple things. One of those contributions is interest going into the central reserve, which helps fund the central library, right? So that's one of the contributions to the reserves. The big one is that $1 million that I mentioned every year goes to the branches. We already don't have enough money going towards the branches, so that could impact that. So again, you can just see the challenges that the board would have in determining where would we deal with that, and it's hard to do today, I would say.
Could I just add, sorry, through the chair, the board did a lot of work in examining the reserves and setting parameters on our comfort levels on each of those reserve lines. These are not just reserves that are set aside to be rainy day funds. Many of them are very intentionally planned. So as an example, IT reserve has some IT plans in place, and so the money is put in there into the reserves over time, partly so that we don't have this massive fluctuation of mill rate requests coming year over year. That stabilizes those requests in pre-planning for those items to come. The branch, as Curtis mentioned, branch renewal is a key priority for us, and as we go through that process this year, we know that the plans and the recommendations that have come forward from our consultant in where we need to prioritize, we don't have the funds to support that, so we need to ensure that those funds continue being put in there. To Curtis's point, not or shorting ourselves on the contributions to those reserves is just another way of kicking the can down the road that will have further cost implications down the road.
Okay, so I guess to get even more specific, the total contributions to reserve in 2024 is $1,969,000. In 2025, it's proposed to be $3,543,000. The difference that I see is that the contributions to the Central Library Reserve in 2024 was $789,000, and it's proposed to be $2,363,000 in 2025. So my question is, if there was a reduction in the operating budget, to me, it seems that rather than cutting services, you could potentially put less money into the Central Library Reserves, like you did in 2024, where you still put $789,000, but instead of putting $2,363,000. Is that a potential implication of a reduced operating mill rate?
Sorry to interrupt. Thanks for the question through the chair. I mean, all of these have very interrelated issues, right? The reason the transfer to that reserve is going up is that's the 5.5% mill rate going into that reserve, right? So that's why that's going up.
Okay.
Yeah, so there are a lot of interrelated things that are difficult to solve.
No,
right
that
now.
helps. That's the clarity I was looking for. So I appreciate that. And, okay, thanks. That helps me understand why that number increased to the extent it did, and that is, as you noted, directly related to the 5.5% mill rate. Okay, now, Councillor Bezo, did you speak to this already? Just trying to figure out my order. Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Turnbull and then back to you. Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
Questions? Oh, I turned it off, sorry. Oh, are we good? Okay. So the soonest you could, when would be the soonest you could possibly move into a new space? Let's just, like, it.
Through the chair, that is 2030 is the current planned completion.
So let's say 2030 is the soonest you could go, so that's 5 years from now. Would you say having no library access for 5 years would be unacceptable? Let's just say, probably, because what I am is I'm very concerned about your elevator in Central Branch, because it never works, and so that's 5 years of inaccessible service. There's no washrooms on the main floor. There's no accessibility, so that is 5 years where a portion of our population at the soonest possible can access that library. So I'm wondering, my question is knowing that and accessibility was number one on your thing, is there plans to fix that elevator? Because that is at least 5 years of inaccessible library.
Yeah, through the chair, I think in terms of the library, we have the elevator on a maintenance agreement, and does it break down periodically? It does. We do have a contract with a company to repair it. It is not identified as one of the items that is likely to fail without being able to be repaired. So based on that, it's not on our list of things that could shut us down, but yes, you are right. If it can't be repaired, it would be a problem.
So to the chair, is there a way to prioritize access? I know that you're looking at a new one, but you're also looking at an inaccessible space for multiple years. Like is that prioritized or on your list of things? Could it be flagged as, since accessibility was number one on your reasons to have a new library?
Yes, and through the chair, I think one of the things that we end of 2023, sorry, in looking at accessibility and all the challenges that we do have with Central Library, the board did ask Library Administration to look at, can we temporarily relocate Central Library so that these emerging issues are things that we would not have to deal with. We did that investigation. As you can imagine, in downtown Regina, there are very few spaces that can accommodate the whole Central Library operation. And the deeper we looked into that, and the board ended up deciding ultimately that it was much too expensive to kind of relocate our operation temporarily. It would essentially have eaten up all of our reserve for the Central Library. So yes, it's on the agenda. Yes, we're aware of it. In terms of accessibility and trying to do something different to that building, we are trying to maintain the current standard we have, and in terms of the elevator in particular, we don't have information that tells us that we can't repair it.
I might just add, sorry to interrupt, that just to clarify some of the timelines, because I do think it helps that even if we're talking about an opening date of 2030, and again, we're open to all options, so we don't know exactly what the timeline will be, but if we're building on the current site, the current library would be gone at the end of 2026. So just to be clear, there's a chance that fixing an elevator in a building that's going to be gone in 2 years is one consideration as we move forward.
And sorry, so you know, it has been reconditioned.
So to the chair, the RPs and all that proposals are expected by next year. So next year, you will know whether you are going to be looking at demolishing that building or not, even though it's less likely. And at that time, I think prioritizing the elevator or having a plan in the interim would be, I think if you're going to say accessibility is the number one reason to build a new library, you have to walk the walk. And that means not having the building. Sorry, I'm sorry.
There's no debate, so this is only for questions.
Sorry.
Do you have a question?
No, thank you very much. I can be done.
Thank you. Okay. I am going to take a moment to suggest, because we have at least 2 more folks wishing to speak, that if you can get to your questions as quickly as possible, that would be greatly appreciated, perhaps by all of us in attendance here. And that after the delegation leaves, you do have the opportunity to give your statements. So this is really supposed to be intended specifically for questions for the delegation. Okay, so now I'm going to go to Councillor Rodden. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I'm just through the report here really quickly, is that you've indicated the combination of your percentage increase works out to $21.12 per year per household, correct?
That's correct.
That's
through
what
the
we're
chair.
looking at, I'm looking at that,
Yep.
and that's what it says, so $21.12 per household. And so, I mean, hopeful in that, you know, this project, if it's approved, could, you know, draw developers, draw workers, draw activity, you know, I see that as a hopeful thing, though, you know, it's this balancing act, okay? So thank you for that.
Okay, I don't see any further questions for you all, so I think with that, we will thank you for all your time today, all the time answering questions. We'll ask you to return to the gallery.
The gallery?
Okay, I'm now going to call upon Delegation Joanne Havelock, and thank you for waiting patiently to speak to us. Ms. Havelock, if you can introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live, and you have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have for you. Please go ahead.
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Joanne Havelock. I live in Regina, and I'm representing the Friends of the Regina Public Library. Libraries are an essential part of Regina's community, and this fact is widely appreciated throughout the city and has been expressed today. The resources and programs provided by the excellent staff are a great benefit to us. The many initiatives of the RPL are laid out in its budget document. Purple is very glad to see that the RPL is finally developing a long-range plan for current library branches and services to new and underserved areas of the city. This is work that should have been done a long time ago before making extensive plans for the Central Library branch, and has been brought up today. We wonder, how will the taxpayers of Regina be able to afford both? Central Library is part of the legally designated Victoria Park Heritage Conservation District. It's an iconic example of modernist architecture designed by internationally acclaimed Regina Japanese-Canadian architect Izumi and his firm. The building is structurally sound. Reports have said that. Rehabilitating and expanding the building would preserve our heritage and be a fiscally and environmentally better choice, as was done in Edmonton and Winnipeg. The city should be respecting its own bylaws and maintaining its own heritage buildings rather than tearing down. I refer you to the presentation by Jeannie Ma from July 9th, 2024, with photos beautifully portraying the heritage value of Central Library. The RPL has been using the euphemism renewal, but many people are surprised that a teardown is a possibility and disagree with it. The RPL states that its procurement process does not prevent refurbishing and adding on to the current building. However, it would depend on whether the developer suggested it. To get its loan guarantee, I suggest the RPL should be taking leadership and telling developers that rehabilitating and expanding the current building be the option. Over the years, the RPL has deliberately not addressed upgrades needed to electrical, boiler, roof, and other systems, then now claims the building has become a huge risk. This is demolition by neglect of a designated heritage building. In September 22, the RPL said that it would take $50 million just to keep the building open. We reviewed the figures, and the rough approximate estimates for upgrades publicly released at that time are actually subject to double and triple counting. RPL desires $125 to $150 Is this rationalized simply by saying that because Regina's population has doubled since 1962, the square footage of Central needs also double? Meanwhile, since 1962, an extensive network of branches have been added, already doubling the system-wide footage. The RPL estimates a return of $7.58 on every dollar invested for how a new library would be cost beneficial. The full assumptions and calculations between the 7.58 claim are not being made publicly available. We'd like to see them. This number does not take into account the fact that Central Library is already contributing tremendously to the downtown. What is the advantage? What is the addition? The RPL is using our taxpayer money to persuade us via television and billboards and social media to spend more money than is useful or needed. The people in the video say how wonderful a library is. I agree with that, but does that mean that this current project tearing down a heritage building is a good idea? I don't know. I don't think so. The $119 million loan to RPL was not part of today's agenda and should be discussed at another meeting, not today, as the RPL board has said in the media. This is supposed to be reviewed and be part of a motion to reconsider if that motion is to be reconsidered. So I don't think it should be part of the acceptance today. The library does great work, just wrong decisions related to Central Library. We value libraries, just also wise decisions and good use of library, our taxpayer money. We look forward to sharing information and further dialogue in the future. And to the council, good luck in your learnings, especially for new councillors and the mayor, and in future city discussions.
Thank you, Ms. Hablock.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for taking the time to present with us today, or to us today. I will see if any councillors have any questions for you. I don't see, sorry, just one sec. I don't see any, Ms. Hablock. I really do appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We also have a communication from Sean Arzeb, Regina, Saskatchewan, with respect to this report. Can I have someone move that this communication be received and filed as item EX 2513? Okay, I saw Councillor Radden's hand first. Any opposed? Carried. We will now consider item EX 25-11, 2025 budget submission, Regina Public Library. Is this you, Ms. Anderson? No, this is Darren Anderson, our CFO, who will introduce the report. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. The City of Regina works with service partners, including the Regina Public Library. You've heard a presentation from RPL detailing their 2025 business plans and mill rate request. The deliberation and approval of RPL's mill rate is undertaken as part of Council's consideration and approval of the overall general fund operating budget. As a result, once discussed at the Executive Committee, the budget submission is referred to the 2025 budget process for future deliberation by City Council in March. The RPL is requesting a 4.58% mill rate increase in 2025. In December 2023, Council approved a 2024 mill rate increase of 2.27%. Thanks.
Thank you. Do any members have questions or wish to speak on this report? Oh, I need a mover. So, Councillor Rasovich, you press your mic first. Would you like to move the report? That means you speak first. And the move, just to be clear, is just to, what are we moving? Just to send it to the budget? Okay, so are you willing to move that,
Oh.
Councillor Rasovich?
I just had a question. I don't know if I
Okay,
can
no,
get.
that's fine, but I just need someone to move the
Move it.
report. Yes?
Move it.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
Okay, noted. You're the mover. Go ahead with your question, please.
Okay, so I know we got the mill, we got the 0.5%, the 5.5%, that amount that they want to, the library, RPL wants to use to get quotes, I guess, of what they should do with getting a new library. So the delegate just, was just talking about, it's a heritage site, stay in the same place. And I guess what I was wondering was if we decide that 0.5%, if we're going to give that money, would that be, is that be part of the possibility of them staying in the existing library? I'm wondering if that's, do you understand? I'm not sure if you understand what I'm trying to say, because if we say no, if we possibly would say no to this 0.5%.
5.5.
Or 5.5%, then, we're on a path of possibly staying in the same library, so we don't need to spend that 5.5%.
Who would like to take that one? Ms. Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I understand the question correctly, what I would say is we as city administration don't control where the location of the new library is.
Right. So I guess the 5.5% could be, from developers, could be saying, hey, you know what, they're going to come, I guess possibly come back and say, hey, stay in the same location and expand on that location, I guess.
Through the chair, that would be conversations between the library and their funders.
Okay.
Councillor Rasovich, I believe the 5.5 is just for central library renewal of any kind. You'll have to get clarity from the library on that, but I believe it covers the possibility of that option as well.
Okay, all right.
And they did nod their heads yes. The library delegation.
Okay. All right, okay. I didn't see you back there.
Sorry, did you have anything further?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and I also see Councillor Fro. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. To the chair, understanding that we're going to discuss this when we deliberate over the budget, just a comment, which is, I appreciate the presentation today, and I certainly respect my colleagues' interest in being fiscally responsible. The businesses and residents that I talk to don't see these as sort of optional or vanity projects, but as core infrastructure to make Regina livable. What I think might be interesting from my perspective, having listened to the questions and the library delegation today, is to have further engagement on how the development proposals will be received. And by that, what I'd like to see is this council, these members, be engaged not on what developer is chosen, but perhaps more so on how the library is weighing the critical factors that influence their decision, like value for dollar and downtown revitalization, accessibility, perhaps joint usage. And I hope that that type of conversation at the appropriate level might shed some more light on this project. I look forward to discussing it in budget. I would caution against revisiting the Central Library renewal, and I certainly hope we can see a proposal that's fiscally responsible and allows our city to see cranes again. And I hope that we don't become a community that's okay with just being okay. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Excuse me, I see nothing further, no one else wishing to speak. Councillor Rasovich, if you have any final words, you get that opportunity as the mover of the report. Do you have anything you wish to add? Nothing to add. Okay, thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion is passed in a vote of 7-2. Those voting in favor of the motion were Councilors Rasovich, Turnbull, Siklis, Flores, Fro, Radens, and yourself, Deputy Mayor. Voting against were Councilors Burton and Bazo, and for the record, Mayor Brzezinski has left the meeting.
Thank you. Okay, we are now moving to communication related to our final agenda item, which is the 2025 budget overview, EX 25-8. We have a communication from James Elliott from Regina with respect to this report. Can I have someone move that this communication be received and filed as item EX 25-12? Oh, Councillor Flores, you got it first this time. I will call the question, any opposed? Carried. We will now consider item EX 25-8, 2025 budget overview. This time I believe the city manager, Ms. Anderson, will be introducing the report. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So I'm going to start out with a presentation. I will keep it fairly short. So I want to just start out by saying that this report is a reflection of our continued growth. Since 2020, more than 21,000 new people have chosen to call Regina home, bringing our population to 255,000. I am also proud to say I am one of those 21,000. Regina is increasing in size and complexity. We're having to maintain service levels on a larger geographical scale and to an expanding and more diverse population. We're doing work that we didn't do a few years ago, and to maintain current service levels, we must continue to expand our operations and make investments in infrastructure that will serve the community today and moving forward. Many capital investments that are essential to meet the needs of our growing community have been deferred in previous years, and due to inflation, it is likely that project costs will continue to increase. These investments, if further deferred, will cost us more in the future. Now we'll talk about what makes up our budget. These are the various funding requests that added together make up our budget. So while it includes funding needs to invest in infrastructure and provide civic operations, it is not just the city budget. It funds other service providers in the community. Service partners such as REAL, or Regina Exhibition Association Limited, Regina Police Services, Economic Development Regina, Community and Social Impact Regina, and Provincial Capital Commission, who also provide important services to residents, are funded through this budget, as are other public services that enrich our community, such as the public library, who you just heard from. These partners make their own budget requests independent of administration, and then I have what I would say is the unenviable task of bringing them all together to give you one mill rate increase. On the next slide, headwinds facing the city. I would say some of our biggest challenges this year, as with any industry, is rising inflationary costs, costs to maintain service levels, service partner requested funding increases, and city growth. We have to operate a balanced budget. What that means is we cannot have a deficit. So what we look at is what are our revenues, what are our expenses, whatever that gap is, that is what we ask for in our mill rate increase. One of the things that we look at and that we share with council is what did we hear from our residents. On this slide, we are showing what the residents who answered the survey listed as their most important considerations. I will say that although we had a 30% increase in participation, it does still only represent 2,000 responses, so I would say keep that in mind when we're going through this. And then on the next slide, we have also got the budget and resident priorities. And here we tried to kind of align what some of the survey showed us with some of the items that are in the 2025 budget. If I was to break it down a little bit further, under community safety, we have key investments in building a safer community, including the new fire hall in Southeast Regina, some of the Vision Zero work. As far as Regina is a growing city, capital investments like the continuation of the work on 11th Avenue, playground replacement and restoration, those would be a couple examples. Investments in culture and community, we are working with our Indigenous partners on further development of our new ceremonial site where all people are welcome and where Indigenous culture can be experienced and celebrated. There's also $5.6 million outlined for community grants, grants that make our community better and allow residents through community partners to take advantage of programs and services related to sports and recreation, culture, and social development. On the next slide, I will go over some factors impacting residents. So there's 3 ways that residents can be impacted when formulating a budget. The first is the mill rate, which is made up of requests made by our funding partners, dedicated mill rates for major infrastructure projects like the water network expansion and civic operations. And then the second is the utility rate increase, which is separate from the mill rate increase. And then last is the library budget, which has its own separate mill rate and formula for how residents may be impacted. We wanted to bring those all together. We'll be showing that further on in the presentation because council has been clear in saying to administration, don't just give us a siloed amount of it's this amount for the library, it's this amount for utility, it's this amount for the mill rate. Our residents experience one increase, so make sure you're also looking at it from that perspective. This is a slide that shows the service partner ask. And so you can see that we've got Real asking for $7 million, Regina Police Services $6.9 million. I would say if city administration was a service partner, we would be in between RPS and EDR, and then in EDR at $400,000. CSIR and PCC is sitting at 0% increase year over year. And so that represents in and of itself a 4.59% mill rate increase. On the next slide, this is us, and by us I mean city administration, what we directly control. We've got the water expansion, water network expansion of 1.34, indoor aquatic facility of 0.5, servicing agreement of 0.17 for a 2.01 mill rate increase. And apologies, these are the dedicated mill rate increases that were approved by council in 2024, but do not hit the budget until 2025. So that's what this slide is. If you move on to the next slide, this is, I got a little ahead of myself. So this is where city administration really focuses on the impact that we can directly have on the decisions we make at keeping our portion of the mill rate low. So what I would say here is the first version that I got internally was around 7%. We are confidently sitting around an ask of about 1.9%. To quantify that, when it originally came at a 7% mill rate increase ask, that would be nearly $22 million, and we've managed to reduce the ask to just under 2%, which is about a $6.2 million increase. So if we go on to the next slide, this is where we get to the 8.5% overall mill rate increase. So you're seeing that the service partners, as we saw in a previous slide, 4.59. Dedicated mill rate, so those are decisions that council made in 2024 that impact and hit our 2025 budget is 2.01, and then civic operations, that city administration, our ask of the 1.9 gets to a 8.5% mill rate increase. The next slide talks about the utility rate increase. So this is a 25-year fully funded planning model. It's a user-pay system that operates on a full cost recovery basis. The utility fund is in a financially sustainable position thanks to the rate increases approved by City Council in the past. However, that financially stable position is increasingly challenged by rising construction costs, which have increased 20 to 30% in recent years. Due to the reserves in place and the 25-year planning model, administration is able to bring forward a rate increase far below the construction increases noted above. For 2025, administration is proposing a preliminary utility rate increase of 5.82% that combines a dedicated utility increase and operating expenses. The 4% rate increase above the dedicated rate is needed primarily to maintain and in some cases to enhance service levels and meet new regulatory requirements. The dedicated utility increase was approved by the previous City Council. That was the increase of 1.82% to fund intensification infrastructure and industrial development charge reduction. The operating expenses primarily consist of fees and charges to utility service customers. Those fees and charges combine a fixed daily base rate plus a rate based on actual consumption. The utility fund capital budget for 2025 is comprised of 43 items totaling $171 million. As in previous years, the utility rate increase also accounts for increases in operating costs due to inflation. The next two slides I'm going to gloss over. Library mill rate calculations, they did such a good job, I'm not going to dwell on it. I mostly just wanted to say, don't be alarmed because their 1% mill rate increase is significantly different than ours. So if you just go ahead to the next slide, as they said, their 10% mill rate increase equates to about $20 or $21. The next slide shows the percentage increases of the service partners, us, city administration, the utility rate, and the library budget. So some of council was saying, like, what can I say to residents when they read the report about, like, what is the actual impact per month, per household? So here you can see that of the ask, the service partners with the 4.59%, that's going to be an additional just over $9. The dedicated mill rate, so again, things promised in 2024 that show up in 2025, is going to add just over $4. What city administration is asking for will add $3.80. Utility rate increase, and again, separate user pay, approximately $10 a month. And the library mill rate increase, keeping in mind again, their 10.08 is very different from ours, only translates into $1.76 a month. So on an average assessed home value of $315,000, that would equate to just under $29 a month. And so I'll just close by saying that, as a reminder, this report is for information only. There's no decision to be made today. The recommendation of an 8.5% mill rate increase is based on a 1.9% administrative ask, plus service partner asks, plus previous commitments made by council. The City of Regina's budget book will be released in early March. That's where you'll see much more detail in how we got there. And your budget deliberations begin on Monday, March the 17th. Should council approve administration's proposed budget, the 8.5% mill rate increase will translate into a $17 per month increase to the average homeowner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Biso, you have your light on. That means you get to go first.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you, city manager, for the report. When you look at the whole aggregate of the mill rate, it really works out to call it a coffee a day at the Tim Hortons. It's really what it comes down to. We get it. It's the whole sum of the project and the value of what we're seeing right now with property assessments that has everyone up in arms. But as your report stands, it looks good for open debates and discussion coming up in March. So thank you for that.
Well, that was short and sweet. Do I see anybody else with their hands wishing to speak? So this is, I recognize we have other opportunities to talk about this coming up, but this is your chance for any questions or comments on this report. I don't see anybody else. I do have a couple myself, so we'll see if anybody else comes forward. We have a mover, Councillor Bizo. The budget survey had a 30% increase in respondents. What I'm wondering is, and that over last year. So do we have any sense of what happened to, that led to that 30% increase in folks responding to that survey? Who would like to take that? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, and through you, it was an increase over a couple of years ago. We didn't do one last year, just to clarify, and I believe it was just, we have more followers on social media. We promoted it through social media. We promoted it through a news release. So we promoted it in a number of locations, and I think just the combination of more eyes online resulted in an increase in respondents.
Thank you. So as was made clear during the presentation, the proposed mill rate increase from city administration, it's 1.90 of that to support civic operations, which is cost to maintain service levels. That's the wording that was utilized. So if council approved, this has happened in the past, so let's say council approved a reduction of 1% to the city budget, what would be the impact of that? Can you give us some thoughts on that? Ms. Anderson, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair. Administration, the reason that I showed the slide where the first proposal I got was 7% and we're down to 1.9 is that I really was trying to show and be very earnest about saying that we have, as a leadership team and as an organization, done our best to cut costs everywhere we can and reprioritize. If you want a 1% further reduction, we would be either looking at service level cuts, or we would be looking, I would say, at some of the exercises we've looked at before, what's happening in our reserves, how much are we contributing to capital out of that general fund. And again, every decision you make impacts something in one way or another. And so administration and council will be having further conversations to talk about, if you're wanting city administration to reduce their portion more, what are you willing to give up or change? And I think there was nothing nuanced in my presentation about don't just look at city administration. For the amount of our budget and for the small amount that we're asking for, don't just look at us.
Right. Okay, now let's talk about the utility rate increase for a moment. So the increase is, there's a 1% increase just to the rate proposed from last year to this year, just I guess the base rate, 3% last year, 4% this year, plus the dedicated rate, utility rate of 1.82 equals 5.82. What would be the impacts, same question, of reducing the utility rate We can say, like, it doesn't have to be 1%, but what would be the impacts of council passing a reduction of any kind to that utility rate? Is that for you, Mr. Doney? Everyone seems to be looking at you for an answer.
Through you, the chair, thanks for the question. So when it comes to the utility, as Ms. Anderson mentioned, we've got a long-term financial model. And when we're making decisions about utility rate, there's kind of three big levers that we can pull to make changes. So one is the utility rate, one is the debt, and one is the capital plan. So if council asked us to reduce the utility rate, we would likely look to reduce the capital plan. So that is taking care of our underground pipes, our pump stations, and our systems to deliver water, wastewater, and stormwater systems. So that would be the deferral of maintenance would be the general approach.
Okay, thank you. And I did want to ask about REAL. As noted in the presentation, this is projected numbers for REAL. We have not received, or we haven't seen, City Council their proposed budget. Does administration have any indication of when we will see a finalized budget request from REAL? Ms. Anderson, please go ahead.
Through the chair, sorry. I would just wanted to verify the date that REAL is in front of you. So February 25th, 6th is the date that they will be presenting their budget.
Sorry, February?
26th.
February 26th.
Yeah.
The next executive committee meeting? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll see what that actual number is at that time. Okay. I appreciate that clarity. You know, I'm just trying to get a sense from everyone, and some of these questions have emerged from others. What are the impacts of a reduction? And it's difficult because I do believe that that staff and our partners everybody feels that they're trying their best to keep costs down. Of course, that's how I believe the lens that folks have come into this with. I certainly hope so. And the struggle is, it is a significant increase proposed for our residents as a compilation of all these increases. And I understand that, you know, some of our nobody wants to pay $28.76 per month more. You know, this is the average homeowner for taxes. Nobody wants to do that. Some people can do that. The reality is some of our residents can. They don't want to, but they can. I do represent residents that cannot absorb these costs. And it is my responsibility as their representative to try and figure out what are the responsible ways that we can figure out a path forward where we can reduce the costs on the folks who actually cannot absorb these costs. Unfortunately, I don't have that answer right now, but I'll certainly be giving it some careful consideration leading up to our budget deliberations, as I'm sure all of my colleagues will. And with that, we do have more questions now. So, Councillor Bees, I'm going to go to you at the end to close debate. So, I don't know who's next. One sec, please. Okay, I don't actually know who was next. I'm not picking favorites. Councillor Flores, you're next.
I don't have one.
Well, whoever does. Councillor Radin, whoever's mic I just turned on.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the report. I'm looking at the chart here, and I do want to echo Councillor Zakidniak's comments regarding people who can afford the increase, and then there are those that certainly cannot. And so I've received a lot of, you know, communications regarding we can't afford to, you know, a mill rate increase or more taxes. So the question is, what do I give up next, right? And so, you know, some people it might be coffee, and I mean I don't want to simplify it to that degree, but it can be in some cases, right? And so I guess I'm looking at the you know, just to put it into perspective, and why we're proposing such a high mill rate increase is you provided a graph, and it was a 5-year cost versus a mill rate increase. And so we have a variance of 6.7%. So service versus mill rate increase. So our service grew to a higher rate, is what we're saying, and it was a 7.9 on the graph. You know the graph I'm talking about, it's on page 4 of the report. But the increase in the mill rate had remained low throughout the last 5 years. And so to today, where it's a difference of 6.7%, right? And so then, can you please explain that so that folks can understand is, if you don't have the revenues to do the work, then, the work doesn't get done. And so can you just maybe explain the graph so folks understand it? And I don't know if I'm articulating it as well.
Go ahead, your mic's on, Mr. Anderson.
Thanks. So through the chair, thanks for the great question, Councillor Radens. And this is indicative of where we are at today. So the administration's really tried to keep that mill rate down for homeowners. And, part of that was with interest rates rising, we were able to cover part of that increased cost through interest revenue with the city. So that covered part of that gap. Another part of that gap was finding efficiencies. So doing without, I guess, is the best way to call it. What we're realizing though is that has a marginal effect that's starting to run out. So if a water main breaks, staff need to go fix it, and we ended up paying a lot more in overtime and in having to get third parties to do some of the work for us, not just related to that, but across the organization. We saw a really big increase in overtime usage, starting to spend more on third-party contractors to help us out when things happen. And so this budget, even though we've been able to keep the mill rate to 1.9, we're starting to reflect that stress, right? Is that it doesn't make sense for us to be short a heavy-duty mechanic and then be stressing the people we have by having them work overtime or having to outsource that work to a commercial entity that ends up costing us more in the long run. So that's the story that chart is trying to reflect, is that the city's been doing its best to keep that mill rate down, but the pressures of inflation and all that the rest of the world's been having is just starting to wear. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And so, I mean, just to be clear that, it was a good 5-year comparison there, so I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Radens. I see Councillor Sickles next. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think I have to repeat my perfect storm comment. Everyone remembers that from a little earlier. So nobody's immune to the questioning that we have to do because we're responsible to the people who put us here. And I've been getting quite a few messages about tax increases. I think if I were to look at them, people that are on fixed incomes are probably the ones that are the most at risk and the most upset, which makes sense. They don't get an increase in their retirement, but they get an increase in the cost of living here, a bit of a challenge. I was hoping you could help me answer a couple of questions. Well, it's really only one. How many FTEs did we have in 2020, and how many do we have today?
Where should I send that question? Ms. Anderson, go ahead, please.
Through the chair, I wouldn't have that information handy, and if you wanted an analysis, it would have to be, so that would be a good question to put forward when we start collecting questions for councillors leading into the budget deliberations, because I would also put it in the lens of, you have to look at FTEs along with contracting, along with overtime, along with have our services change. So for instance, in 2020, we didn't have tourism. In 2020, we weren't doing really anything around like the housing and all of that money. We had social development. So it's something that we could provide more information on in front of the budget deliberations. It's a complicated answer, one we're more than willing to talk about, and one that we can absolutely bring to council budget deliberations.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Anything else, Counselor?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, now I see Counselor Flores. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, as with every councillor, we've heard from residents, both during the campaign and now, just how taxes can be a big source of stress and anxiety, especially in times where affordability is an issue. And I often have heard, you know, in previous times we didn't have this tax increase. In previous times, you know, we have to go back to the times when we didn't increase taxes, or that kind of commentary. So could you comment on how kind of how prior years, how deferral of capital projects through reducing taxes and that sort of thing, how has that contributed to our sizable increase now? And moving forward, how could we prevent from doing that in the future? Because I know we have to find a way to make this affordable, but I also want us to make sure that we don't put that on future taxpayers as well. So what is that balance for us?
I don't know if Ms. Anderson, I have your mic on, but I don't know if you want to take that. You have the answer for us, Ms. Anderson.
Through the chair, no, I don't. But I can offer you some opinions. I would say that historically, cities have run on a surplus, not a deficit. Although funding streams have not changed significantly, I would say that city municipalities are expected to do more and to provide more services from other levels of government. I would also say that with no real new opportunities for revenue streams, increases to inflation, and you know, we've had conversations before about you can push capital maintenance down the road, and that has happened year after year after year, and you're now finding yourself in a situation where you've got some significantly failing capital infrastructure. You're inheriting some independent municipal corporations that were running for years on debt and have significant interest payments. And so, you know, I think as many of the debates with past in this council have been and will be, it's about a really disciplined prioritization of what you want to do and what the residents of Regina feel is most important, because you can't do it all at once. And sometimes the most important things to do for your city aren't the flashiest.
You had turned your mic off, so I need to turn it back on. 1 sec. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And then also in line to what some of the councillors mentioned, you know, we have residents who, we all agree, nobody wants to pay more, but some of us might be able to burden a little bit of an increase, while some other residents absolutely cannot, both in taxes and utilities. Through utilities, because I've had a few people reach out where they are overdue in their bills and their services are going to be cut off and that type of thing. Are there or have there been any sort of initiatives or ways in which we can support some of those most, those in need who might find themselves in those situations because of increases, as a way to make sure that if they fall behind, while they still are able to pay, whether it be payment plans, or like how are we mitigating those increasing costs that we know will likely result in people being overdue on their bills without cutting their services?
Through the chair, So when we're deliberating budget, we'll have the whole team here to be able to give you a lot better answer than what I'm going to come up with. But the utility does have a program right now for low income, and so there's an opportunity there for reducing costs for that program. And if someone does get behind their bills, yeah, the last thing we want to do is shut off water. So there's programs in place to work with them to figure out if a payment plan can be put in place. And like I said, the last resort is turning off the water. So there's programs in place, and the team will be able to provide a much fulsome answer during budget deliberations.
Thank you so much. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Okay, Councillor Rasevich, please go ahead.
Okay, through the chair, thank you. I guess, just, reiterating what everybody's feeling, and plus my constituents in the city, and basically got elected on the fact that, hey, we're going to be, very prudent and, get back to the basics of what a city's supposed to be looking after with our tax dollars. And just, and I guess we can argue about what's staying in your lane, but I've seen the sign up in the boardroom of all these, the main components of what we should be doing, and I guess I just want to kind of state that. And I guess the one question I have is about phasing in. I remember early on in our orientation, we talked about phasing in the taxes over the next I guess because we have assessments right now. So I thought that is there an opportunity to phase the taxes in over the 4 years? My question, so it's not such a burden on taxpayers in the first year?
Okay, Mr.
You already did that?
Anderson, please go ahead.
Oh.
Thanks through the chair. Thanks for the question. Yeah, so in regards to the revaluation process, so not in regards to the mill rate, but the revaluation process gives council flexibility to phase in over 2 or 3 years. Right now, the last council in last July approved that we would phase in any commercial increases over 3 years, but residential would go in immediately. But you guys, sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to be I'm not going to allow questions on revaluation, just the proposed budget, because that's not, yeah. Just because, that's not on topic to what we're talking about.
I wasn't sure what.
Yeah, sorry.
I didn't realize that mill rate could not be phased in, but I guess what you're telling me basically is it's the assessments that can be, so that's another meeting.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just trying to actually get us out of here at some point today. I do see Councillor Turnbull next. Please go ahead.
I'll try to be brief. Like everyone else, I echo that affordability is such a big deal, and what we heard from our residents is it's not just taxes, but the value for our taxes and the services. And with this, it doesn't necessarily feel like our services will be necessarily increasing or getting better. Is that correct? It's just status quo?
Ms. Anderson, please go ahead.
Through the chair, I would say there are improvements built in. Like I would say the dedicated mill rates are all to make progress on massive projects. I would say sometimes we're not meeting our service level standards, and so we're doing things to meet them. So the new Fire Hall Station 8 that will be coming online, staffed this year, will ensure that residents in that area are receiving the service level standards that we have agreed upon. So I think there are some improvements, but I would also say sometimes where we're investing more is to make up for deficits, where we're saying we're not meeting our service levels. We need to invest more to do that. We have more park space coming online, and so I would say there are areas where we are doing more.
And then I guess just to echo everyone else, as a new councillor, I'll be looking through this budget process to try and do our best to bring down that 8.5 and have those hard conversations, because it is a lot for our residents. It's a lot for them to take on, and it does equal a lot. So we do have to do our best.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. I don't see, I know that you would like to close debate, Councillor Bezo. I don't see anybody else indicating they wish to speak. And I'm not trying to deter folks from speaking, just only to the 2025 budget. Okay, so Councillor Bizo, please, now we're closing debate with Councillor Bizo.
Okay, perfect, thank you. In closing debate, through the chair, you asked Ms. Anderson about what would we like to do. You mentioned the 3 Ps, pipes, parks, and police. Kind of those are the key things that are 4 points. So anything, I'm going to suggest this, anything that is non-essential services that doesn't go to those parks, pipes, police is on the table. So that would be something that we'd want to look at. 4 years ago, there's a different council here that had a lot of different programs. They wanted to have a lot of different initiatives. A lot of those different initiatives are costing a lot of money. There's 9 people sitting around the table right now because of those initiatives. So anything that's not on that model that you presented, that would be the starting point in the direction. Number 1, from a corporate governance perspective, we've all heard the term hiring freeze. That would probably be step 1. So I'm just going to end kind of my conversation with that and move to close debate and vote to move on to the next steps on this.
Thank you, Councillor Bizo. So I will now ask the clerk to start the vote. And I guess just to clarify for everyone, this is simply advancing this conversation along. As noted, we'll be having plenty of further conversations about this with budget deliberations in March. So we're simply advancing to the next steps in that process. I will turn the clerk's mic on.
I need a vote.
What's that?
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Motion passes 9-0.
Okay. So we're at the point where we're going to, right. We're at the point where we're going to adjourn the meeting. However, please note that we still have our special council meeting after this. So we're going to adjourn this meeting once I get a motion and then take a 10-minute break. Okay. So Councillor Turnbull, I saw your hand first. Councillor Turnbull moves to adjourn the meeting. I will call the question. Any opposed? Carried. And so if we take a 10-minute break, that brings us back here at 4:30, and that is for our special council meeting on one item. Thank you.